please be seated. This House now resumes its sitting. Members and our listening audience, we do apologize for the late start. At this time, I'll call on the Premier and Minister of Finance to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion that the bill shortly entitled Retiring Allowances Legislative Service Amendment Bill 2023 be read a second time. Madam Speaker, a lot does not have to be said about this bill this morning. A lot was said about this on the campaign trail, Madam Speaker. And you know, when you're on the campaign trail, you get excited, and it's a big thing that, you know, everybody speaks about. But I'm saying let's not return to the campaign trail, Madam Speaker. Now is the time for governance. Now is the time for governance. And the reality is, Madam Speaker, we promised the people that we would bring this bill here. And Madam Speaker, I brought it. The first opportunity that we had, we brought it. We had the first sit-in that was in the multipurpose complex. And the very next sit-in after that, we gave the first reading. And this is the first opportunity now we have in this third sit-in to be able to pass this bill. Now, Madam Speaker, the reality is the amendments that were made during the last House of Assembly were excessive. And I have went on public record and apologized, Madam Speaker. I apologize for supporting that bill, those amendments. And what we have done here, Madam Speaker, is we have repealed those sections of the bill which were problematic. These are the sections of the bill where, depending on your tenure of service, you get additional salaries. Obviously, before, you would get a pension or a lump sum and a reduced pension. If you serve 2 terms, you get a pension for the rest of your life, and also for the rest of your spouse's life once you're above the age of 50. But the sections which were added were excessive. If you serve 1 term, you get, I believe it is 2 years salary plus a compassionate gratuity equal to 1 year salary, which in essence equates to 3 years of salary. And then it goes on and on and on. If you solve 2, if you solve 3, if you solve 4, if you solve 5. Madam Speaker, it was excessive. And so we have repealed those sections. And Madam Speaker, we have given the members of the House who are eligible the opportunity to forego those benefits, which they became eligible for last House and now this House. And Madam Speaker, I know it will come up. So I'll just say here, Madam Speaker, it is important that you do not take away rights that you have given persons. From a legal standpoint, that is problematic. So what we have done here is provide individuals with the option of foregoing the benefits. You have provided the option. And I have already pledged, Madam Speaker, that I am satisfied with just receiving the lump sum and the reduced pension as it was before. I am satisfied with that, Madam Speaker. So I believe it's time that we pass this bill. I'm looking forward to the support of all the members of the House, Madam Speaker, because of course we pledged to the people that we would come and we would repeal the offending sections, and that's what we're here to do. So we're seeking the support of all the members of the House, and let's go ahead and close this chapter, which was a blot on the record of the members of the House. Let's go ahead and close this chapter, and let's move forward, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. Any member wish to debate? I call on the leader of the opposition. I call on the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for a chance to debate on this bill. The Premier said it was something that was hot on the campaign, but it still needs to be properly ventilated for the sake of the public, because on the campaign trail you hear sound bites and you don't get all the details. And I think if we're in the People's House of Assembly to represent them, we owe them the courtesy of explaining what we're doing. I'm standing in support of this bill, Madam Speaker. I'll start off first by giving a bit of a history to the precursor of the bill that is being amended by repealing the offensive sections. Madam Speaker, the history or the issues with legislators' salary and pensions go back several houses. It predates me as well. Predates Honorable Skelton as well. I remember, for instance, somewhere back in 1997 or 96, there was a hot debate going on where legislators were being paid, I think it was $2,500 a month, as an allowance, a housing allowance. I remember the debate very loudly. Many of you would remember it if you were paying attention to politics at that time. that people started to complain that why are we taking our tax money to pay legislators to live in their own houses. I found it interesting, so I went to do some digging myself, as young as I was at the time. And I understood what was happening. Legislators didn't want to increase their salary. They were afraid of the public backlash that would come. So they always gave themselves allowances. So you're at the point now where if you look at your pay slip, you're probably making half of the amount in raw salary, and you're making the other half in allowances. The problem that that created was that when you retired from service, after having served 2 years, or 2 terms rather, your pension was only based on the salary portion. And the truth be told, no legislator after serving so much years and doing such hard work, because the job of a legislator is not a 9 to 5, 8 to 4 job. When people call you, you have to come. And sometimes you have to show up people when they don't call you because they're not going to call. And so when you have a legislator who would have served 3, 4 terms, 16, 20 years, and then they get a pension of $2,000, can't take care of themselves, that is unacceptable. So what we did when we were in the government, we started to look at the issue of legislators' compensation. We got a gentleman, a good gentleman from Antigua. He was the deputy prime minister at one point, the minister of national security, and I think he was the finance minister with a doctorate in law, Dr. Errol Court. He came here on our invitation to advise us. We had an informal sitting of the House. So even members who were in the Fourth House of Assembly were there and were part of what was taking place. Dr. Court's recommendation came back to be exactly the recommendation that we had in our minds ourselves. And that was not to increase the salary, but to make the pension based on the problem, which was the fact that you were only getting the raw salary and you were not getting the allowances. His recommendation was put the pension on the full package and don't increase the salary. We were going to do that, but the hurricane came. And we agreed among ourselves that we could not in good conscience even address that issue when we knew the state of the country at that time. That's why we never did that. So when you hear me say, even on the campaign trail, that I do not have a problem with the first part of the bill, it is in that context that I mean that, because I still support what Dr. Court suggested. It is a right and proper thing to do. Every single member of the House of Assembly, after serving 2 terms, would receive a gratuity and they will get their pension. If you're a minister, it's computed based on your salary. If you're a backbencher, it is computed based on your salary. I have no issues with that, and I support that still as being the case. What I have a problem with, and I've said that on the campaign, was the second part of that bill. The second part of that bill, which would serve essentially to give persons who would have served 1 term 2 years' salary. A person who would have served 2 terms, 2 years' salary. A person who would have served 3 or 4 consecutive terms, 3 years' salary. And a person who served 5 consecutive terms, 4 salaries, 4 years' salary. Now, in addition to having your pension calculated on your salary and your allowances, which was done by simply going into the Principal Act and changing the definition of salary, and then the computation would change, you get what you call a gratuity. That $300 and something thousand or whatever figure it is, 2 something I think it is, if you're a minister, if you're a backbencher, a little less. That figure that the Premier called out for me that he's going to get more than me out because he has served the second term. That is the portion that you get that, plus you get your monthly pension. Now, Madam Speaker, when you look at the second portion of the bill, the first thing it does for me is it signals legislative deceptiveness. I'll tell you why I say that. When a bill has its first reading in the House, it is gazetted. That is what the public sees. And the public will comment based on what they have seen. Because as far as they are concerned, that is the bill that is being considered. And so, if they give any comments, the comments are in respect of the bill that was gazetted. When you go in the committee stage, we have to be careful what we do in the committee stage. In the committee stage of a bill, the only changes you're supposed to make are technical changes to make the principal intention work better. That is what you're supposed to be doing in committee. The bill is not to take on a life separate and apart from what was gazetted. That is deceptiveness. Because as far as the public was concerned, when you listen to the objects and reasons being read out, the objects and reasons told you that you were going into the House of Assembly with the intention to address the salary and allowances portion. That is what the objects and reasons of the bill said. And you went in, after reading that, into the committee stage, to choke in what you want to choke in for your own benefit. That is deceptiveness. You're not supposed to do that. And Madam Speaker, I'll go further. That bill should not have gotten the royal assent. It should not have happened. It should not have happened. We have to pay more attention to what we're doing. Because if a bill says one thing and you go in committee and do something totally different, you went into committee a portion that paid you more money than the actual portion for which you came to the House of Assembly to address. How can that be proper and right? It cannot. It cannot. And you had 2 ladies that I have to give kudos to, Cindy Roseanne and Kishma Penn. Those 2 ladies went on the back of a truck from East End to West End, highlighting this situation. They got ridiculed. Even I got ridiculed. On the campaign when I raised it, the Premier went up and called out my figure to try to get me to back down. I don't know if you ever meet Myron Baldwin. That don't back me down. That only make me stand up more. You've never heard a Minister of Finance go there and call out a pensioner's salary before. But it was designed to make me hush up. And now here he is, full circle, coming to do exactly what I said needed to be done. When you look at the second part of that bill, Madam Speaker, that offensive portion, where people are being paid, can you imagine? Can you imagine? You are being paid a monthly salary, going by the government treasury every month to pick up a salary like you're working and you ain't working. How could that be right? What could have been in the minds of persons to feel that they could take advantage of the people and the treasury like that? So right now, just in the last sitting, we passed about $1.4 million in the SAP to address this issue. So you have people going every single month, not doing a lick of work. A minister, any minister who sat in this House of Assembly, this last House of Assembly, is going to the Treasury every month to pick up $10,000. Every backbencher is going to the house, to the Treasury to pick up $8,000 every month, and they're not working. When you have all these problems in the country. That can't be, Madam Speaker, that cannot be right. And it was on that basis that I spoke out about it, because it offends my conscience. And it offends the conscience of the country. You have so many people who can't even make ends meet in this place. I don't know where the government lives. If they live on Tortola, I don't know where they live. Because when you go around and you see the hardship that people are having, hardship, you know how many homeless people we have in this country? People sleeping in their cars. The minister will tell you for health. I'm sure you get a lot of complaints about people telling you, don't move my derelict vehicle because that is where I live. That is the reality of the BVI. You have potholes all over the country. Everywhere. When I go home, when I go back to District 6 now, True Puzzle full of pothole, Bargers Bay full of pothole, Bellevue full of potholes. People can't get water to bathe their skins. I had people in my district who had to run their own pipes just to try to attract some water to their houses. That is the state of the BVI. Just last week, the Minister for Education told me that the children who have disabilities, the differently abled children, who used to get a little scholarship to go to Vanguard School to save their lives, that it was stopped because it was too expensive. $40,000 a year boarding to help somebody who under normal circumstances, their life wouldn't amount to anything because we don't have the skills here. It was too expensive to spend the money to send them there. But you could pay somebody $10,000 a month not to do any work. Businesses are falling apart. I said it the other day in the House of Assembly, it is shame alone that have certain businesses open in this country. I keep asking about the Business Bureau, why can't we put some money somewhere available to help businesses with capital? You're getting excuses, wait till next year, wait till this, wait till that. But somebody could go every month to the Treasury and collect $10,000 like they're working. And don't have no shame about it. When you calculate the second part of that bill, Madam Speaker, it's over $5 million currently as it stands. Currently as it stands. And if it didn't have the outcry about this bill, what would have happened, Madam Speaker, would have been the people of the BVI would have been paying two governments at the same time. One who working and one who not working. How can the country afford something like that? How can it afford something like that? I have a serious problem with that, Madam Speaker. I have a serious, serious problem. $5 million as it stands now. Could build a school. Could build a school. We have got to start to do things differently. We have got to start to do things differently. I've said to the Premier, I've said it to him privately, I've said it to him publicly. This quest towards self-determination, you have to understand what it is you are doing. You want to get from point A to point B. But what you do between point A and point B is important. When we go and you do things like this, where you set up things for yourself, this was set up, this was orchestrated to serve the Virgin Islands Party government. That is what it was. That is what it was. And when you do things like this, and then you say to people, let us move forward to self-determination, whether it's independence or whatever it is, who going anywhere with you? This is the very same thing that people are afraid of following you for, because they believe you're going to abuse the power when you get it entirely. That is what it is. So when you go in the house and you're going to make a bill to feed yourself, and your cronies and your family and everybody, $10,000 a month, $8,000 a month, And then you still get your gratuity on top on the end of it. Some of them going to go home with close to $1 million, Madam Speaker, by the time this is finished. You know what you could do with that kind of money to help the country and the people of the country? It's wrong. And I couldn't come here and not say anything because it offends my conscience. It offends my conscience. And the Premier indicated that he is willing to not take the money. But if you go to the section here, the Premier believes he brains big. They here low in school. When you read the section, it says it has to be done in writing. So just saying that up here to make people feel appeased is not sufficient. It has to be done in writing. Talk is cheap money, buy land. If you really mean that, put it in writing, let the people see that you really mean it. So I'm in support of the bill because it's correcting a wrong. The problem is obviously some persons have been grandfathered in to the bill. So you still have the problem. But if the right existed before, you can't take it away. But we are not to be doing these sort of things. They are wrong and they're deceptive. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Those are my contributions.
Thank you, honorable member. Any other member wish to debate? I call upon the leader of the opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Madam Speaker, as the Premier says, we all were on the campaign trail, and we all were calling for the repeal of the amendment to the Retirement Allowance Legislative Services Amendment Bill number 15 of 2021. And I do agree, Madam Speaker, with the Premier that we need to get on with the management of the country because lots of people out there are hurting in all sectors, you know. And this bill should have never happened. And if anyone would take out a pen and a piece of paper and did the calculations, they would have realized that it was totally excessive, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member for the 6th mentioned, if you did 1 year, you get 2 years' salary. But you don't get just 2 years' salary, you get also a compassionate gratuity equivalent to the salary. That's 3 years' salary. And Madam Speaker, if you just pick one of those people who did 1 year, for example, one term, and what has happened in the last government, the 4th House of Assembly, they allow everyone to be deputy premier. So it even carried a number higher because it's your highest salary you have to calculate. So if you take a one-termer, the government, and they're not 65, the government is still obligated $412,000 to that one-termer. If you do 2 years, if you do 2 terms, you get 2 years, same 2 years salary. So those who are here and serving 2 years, their salary goes up, their contribution, the liability goes up to $585,000. And those who did 4 terms and 5 terms, 3 and 4 terms, get 3 years salary, and it goes even higher. And those who did 5 terms and above, Madam Speaker, you're looking close to $1 million. And if you're the premier, you get over $1 million. That's the magnitude of what we're talking about, Madam Speaker. We talk a liability, a country's liability of about $2.8 million in carry it to nearly $9 million. That is totally excessive, and I think all of us who are here agree that it is excessive and something needs to be done. But, Madam Speaker, you know, based on law, you know, we're here to make laws, and we can't make a law, give someone a right, and then try to take it back without due process. But those of us who are here, we want this change. And so we support the changes, the amendment. The wording where you have to write a letter to, I don't know how practical that is, to write a letter to say you don't want it, and how binding it is. So that is something else, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, like the member for the 6th says, you know, I don't want to get the impression that I was on the campaign trail and I continue to stand here in this house and say, we need to pay legislators decent salaries, and once you pay them, hold them accountable for their actions. And even during the Constitution Commission, you know, let us have things in it like recall of legislators who are not doing the job and just taking taxpayers' monies for no purpose. So Madam Speaker, this amendment that was done in 2021, you know, caused a lot of harm in the country, caused a lot of harm to this House, because the people out there see us as a bunch of, you know, thieves, you know, taking taxpayers' money legally without no conscience. So, Madam Speaker, it's important for us to not just say we're going to correct it, but let people know, let the public know what this bill really means in terms of dollars. If this continues, Madam Speaker, if you change all of us out to next election or tomorrow and bring in a new group, that number multiplies exponentially. That cannot be allowed to happen, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, and you wonder who were the architects of this piece of legislation, because this seemed to be something that was thought about, and it didn't just happen. Who were the architects of this? You know, there were 3 members here who were in that house, who probably can shed some light on how something like this could happen with people who supposed to have a conscience. So, Madam Speaker, it is important for us to understand that yes, we need decent salaries, but it cannot be that we are willing to rip off the government, the treasury of the country, to support ourselves, with no regards for the people on the outside who are hurting. You know, businesses are hurting, individuals are hurting. We have done so much harm before, where the COI transferred a little bit of money that we had to assist people when they don't have food in the refrigerator, which was a very quick way of helping people to get something. Yes, wherever you have monies, Madam Speaker, I understand the world we're living in. Wherever there are resources, there will be people try to take it who don't need it. Wherever there is resources. whether it's money and material or your food bank or anything, there'll always be that 5–10% people who are going to do it. But that's not a reason to not help the 90% that needs help. So things like these, Madam Speaker, make us look bad, and all the things that we need to help people to at least survive another day, we can't have it, because they think that we're going to do something wrong with it. Again, that should have never happened. Just like how this government, the Fourth House of Assembly did this, Madam Speaker, they took nearly $40 million. And we saw the reports coming through the House. Some of it was genuine people who needed help. But a huge portion of it was just greed. So, Madam Speaker, you know, I rise to support. I show when we get in committee stage, and I heard the member for the 6th, we will not, the public had a look at this. Anything that we do in committee stage must be better than what is before us. We have to find a way, and if we don't have all the legal minds in the room, because I don't understand, Madam Speaker, I don't understand how a legislator, the Fourth House of Assembly, could make a law that only applies to themselves. It so happened that whatever residual stuff that came out was applied to others, but it was never the intention to apply it to others. You know, how can that be legal? How could that, Madam Speaker, where you didn't make the law and apply it to the Fifth House? You know, that's what normally you do. You make a law, you don't apply it to, especially when it comes for benefit for legislator. You make it and you apply it to the next house. So we make a law here, we apply it to the 6th House. So whoever in the 6th House gets the benefit of the law that we approve. Here, the Fourth House of Assembly passed a law that applies to themselves. That can be right. I'm sure if you take it to the highest court in the land, they will say it's what do you call it, that big word I use? Ultra-virus or something like that. Madam Speaker, so there is a problem with our thinking in this House, and I hope this Fifth House will never be caught up in stuff like this, because I will be the conscience of the House. We need to do things that is beneficial to all the people, and the people who needs our help, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, this bill needs to be repealed. The provision of the I don't want to call it the greedy, but it's greed, of the amendment to the bill where it applies to, if you do 1 term, you get 3 years salary. You do 2 terms, you get 2 years salary plus gratuity. You do 3 years, you get 2 years plus gratuity. You do 4 years, 4 years, you get 3 years plus gratuity. And then if you do 5 or more years, you get 4 years plus gratuity. And those numbers continue to multiply. Madam Speaker, for the public consumption, the gratuity is based on a simple formula that is in Cap 139, which says that if you could get a full pension, whether you're the premier, the minister, or whatever that salary you were getting, you will continue to get it if you retire. If you decide to take a reduced pension and a gratuity, the gratuity is calculated based on a formula where you get 2/3 of your salary, and then you get 3/4 of the 2/3 of your salary. The difference, you multiply by 115, that becomes your gratuity. So those is how the things are calculated, Madam Speaker. And that number for those of us who had retired, I can stand here and say, because there is no benefit in the bill for me, so I can talk without anything. There is no benefit for people like myself. Okay? But Madam Speaker, that gratuity alone is $200,000 and $300,000. That should be more than sufficient for all of us. Plus you get your monthly pension. You know, it is true that once you pass through here, don't expect to get a job when they fire you. You better find a job for yourself and create a job. That's why the people elect us, because they think we are creators of jobs. So you better start looking to how you're going to create a job for yourself when you leave here, because nobody's going to employ you, not even the government. So, Madam Speaker, I rise, and I was on the campaign trail. It was just not done. It should have already been done. There is no harm in its lateness, because, like you said, some people already collected. Those over 65 already collected. Those who are under 65 are getting a monthly pension, and the 6 mentioned $10,000 and $8,000 a month. The country cannot afford that. On top of, and we continue to talk about civil servants pension. What do we expect civil servants to do when things like this happen? We don't expect to have a backlash. We don't expect them to sit in and sick out. You know, we are taking all this money, and I see the teachers are under 10, said the schools are too hot. It is hot out there. It is real hot out there. But we are wasting money, we are flattening ourselves, and people are hurting out there, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I urge the Premier to, if the provision in this bill where they have to sign that they give him the letter during the committee stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Whitley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we're here on a very emotive topic. Like members have said before, it was a campaign topic. Madam Speaker, let the records show that I have never once spoke about this retirement allowance. Nowhere, on no campaign trail or anywhere. Let other persons speak about it. For this amendment to pass today, government can't pass it because we only have 5 members here. So I will be sure to ask for a division of votes when the time comes to vote on this here. But Madam Speaker, I thought the campaign was over, but it seems the campaign is still in full swing in a bit of an ingenious way also. Madam Speaker, we heard the background earlier of where this thing came from. I remember these discussions back in the 90s. All members who have stood in this honorable house have grappled with this issue of what happens to legislators when they're no longer in this honorable house. And Madam Speaker, for not to sit here and talk about the members who passed this bill as if the bill was just for us in the 4th House is disingenuous. Madam Speaker, when this bill was considered, had little to do with who was here. One of the things we've all tried to do is to encourage young persons to get involved with the country and the running of this country. So we're seeing younger and younger members aspiring to be legislators. Those are the ones we were thinking about, not us. We could easily pass this right now because it doesn't affect any one of us in this house. No one of us in here is affected by this, really. And by repealing it, it's not going to change any of our lives. It wasn't about us. What about those young 24-year-olds who will be in this house 10 years from now? What happened when they are no longer in the house?
And to say that if you don't pay legislators, all of a sudden there's money to do other things, that's a false equivalence. There's no guarantee of that. It sounds good. Oh yeah, it sounds good. Take the money, we'll do this. There's no guarantee that that will happen. But it sounds good to persons out there. Don't make it seem like this was a greedy situation. There was good intentions behind it. I remember these discussions 20 years ago. Legislators, men and women who served in this honorable house, were they like dogs afterwards? Can't pay the medical bills, bank going with their homes, can't get their children through school. That was the main intention, not for us who are here. It was good intentions. The FS and all of them look at the financial implications. You want me to go overrule the FS? If the FS thought that the country couldn't afford it for whatever reason, he should have said so. He should have gone through and said, gentlemen, this is the case. We cannot assume, Madam Speaker, that the current financial situation of this country, as it is right now, will be so next year or the year after. Many decisions were made in this House based on current circumstances that change very quickly. So to say the country can't afford it next year or the year after, who said that that is true? And who said that if we rescind the allowances, anything will change anyway for anybody? But it sounds good to say so. It sounds real good. There are people who are saying, yes, if you don't pay them, we're going to get this, we're going to get that. But who said that that is true? But it does sound good. And if the bill needed tweaking, I have never had a problem tweaking the bill if whoever the experts say, well, the country really can't afford this and this is so the case. Therefore, that's why I never debated this in the campaign trail. I never once said anything about this bill. Let the experts who dissect it go through, but let's not create a situation for future legislators. We are all good here. You can imagine you got a young, charismatic 24-year-old who managed to get elected and serve one term, 24 years. That person out in the road. Have we thought about these persons in the future? How they will manage? This does not affect any one of us in this house here. That's why we can easily repeal it. We won't think twice about repealing this bill today. I guarantee everybody in this house will support repealing this bill. Because guess what? It doesn't really affect us. But what about somebody else come after us? And I'm particularly concerned about young persons because we want to encourage young persons to get involved with politics. But when they think, my God, what if I lose? What if I lose? How will I find employment for the balance of my life? And if I run for 2 terms or 3 terms, I'm still 32 years old. What are you going to do for the balance of your life at 32 years old? You have to make sure, Madam Speaker, that we don't scare young people from coming in this honorable house to give service to this country. That's my main concern with this whole situation here. It has nothing to do with us. We could all survive in here with or without this. What about those to come? This issue is not a new issue. I remember Honorable RTO and Neil sitting down discussing this. And exactly what the member of the 6 said. They were afraid of the public backlash of, so it doesn't look as if they're simply looking for themselves and not the public. And that's not true. That is not true at all. We have to look out for ourselves. We have to make sure we have self to serve the public. You have to consider those persons, what they will do, particularly our young persons, after they leave this honorable house. I don't want a young person telling me, and they keep hearing it all the time. But I was thinking about politics, but when I see what you are going through, no. I don't think so. We have to change that narrative around to make persons feel that it's a worthy thing to do, to aspire to be in this honorable house. And we cannot come in here and take something like because it's the motive. And everybody go and jump up about it, the greedy build this, that, the other, and now it's some big deal, something so. If it needs tweaking, it needs tweaking. Let's just tweak it. But don't make it seem like it's some bit of insanity, some abnormality that happened in our history. It's been spoken about for many, many, many years. Is this the best solution? I don't know. But many thought it was a solution. Maybe it's not the best solution. Maybe there are other things we can do. I remember the discussion about the housing allowances. or you're paying to live in your own house. Madam Speaker, you know, there was a house built for all chief ministers in this country because they saw a need to treat a chief minister differently. I think only one chief minister ever lived in a chief minister's house. There's a reason why these things were put in place, that a chief minister should be living in a chief minister's house. That's where DDM was afterwards. I think Honorable Weekly, I think was the first and only one to live there, if memory serves me right. So the idea of compensating legislators adequately, there's nothing new about it. You heard about the study that went along. And if you have to go and adjust the allowances to make the allowances part of the base salary, come Madam Speaker, this is a real issue, you know. Not just for us, even members who work in hospitality, who get gratuity. They make a lot of money when they're working and they're happy. Then when they retire from hospitality and trying to get their pension, it's basically base salary. Not a gratuity. They want to ask me what happened. I make all this money, now retire, I get $300 a month from Social Security. Because it was based on your base salary, not your total salary, which is part base and part gratuity. It's a similar situation here. As it's been discussed for decades. And I think that the remedy, I think it's almost equivalent. It's not much different. It sounds different when you make the salary and the gratuity you want and you base everything on that. The issue of the 2 years extra, it could be a challenge for any country because, like the member said, it's equivalent to almost paying 2 governments to function at the same time, which could be a significant financial burden on a country. But you don't make it seem as about collecting money just for collecting money's sake. It was part of your retirement deal. If your retirement deal said this is the case, then you collect what you are due. There are people collecting all kind of money now who ain't doing nothing. It's just the way the system works. We cannot do things, however, that puts the country in financial dire straits. And things don't happen simply because there ain't no money. Let's not send the public that message. Things don't happen for all kinds of reasons. Money might only be one of the reasons why something does not happen. And to make it seem like once there's money, things will happen is disingenuous and unfair to say. To give the public the impression that once there's money, things will happen. There are monies that send back every year, things can get done. I was in a meeting one time, and they said we're only doing about 40% of the projects we have money for. So clearly there ain't no money problem with certain things. The money's there, but things still can't happen. Inefficiencies in other places. So Madam Speaker, to come in here and give the impression that this money that will be going to legislators could be used and will be used for other things, it's not true. It's a possibility. We're talking possibilities here. It is a possibility, yes. Madam Speaker, I have no problem supporting this at all. I say none of us here should have a problem supporting this. But let's not create obstacles for future legislators, particularly future young legislators. And that's my concern with how we adjust this here. So, Madam Speaker, with those few words there, I will take my seat. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Any other member wish to debate? If not, I'll call on the Premier to wrap up. Should I call on the Premier to wrap up? I call on the Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise, Madam Speaker, in support of this bill, as I've done before. It doesn't impact me, but I did campaign very strongly on the basis of repealing this bill, and so repealing the bill, previous bill, and so I am very delighted that we have gotten to this point today. Madam Speaker, as the Premier said, the campaign is over and we need to move forward. But there are a couple of things I want to make clear. First of all, not only am I not entitled to anything from the bill, but the large numbers that the member from the 6th talked about, the 10,000 that are collected from the Treasury, I am not collecting, just for the record. Of course, everybody knows that, but I thought I should say it. Also, Madam Speaker, I do not want to stand in the way of our former members of the House of Assembly who have worked very hard over the years in terms of their getting their just pension. But, Madam Speaker, the amount in the previous bill or in the bill, the existing act is excessive. Madam Speaker, it will also have a significant impact on the Treasury. And as the member from the 6th said, there are other priorities that we must give our attention to. These are very difficult times for the BVI in terms of the economy, and as members of the House of Assembly, we must be always mindful of all expenditure. Madam Speaker, I know Dr. Errol Court, who the member mentioned, who was leading the review. In fact, he's a former colleague of mine and an extremely competent person. And Madam Speaker, I do wish that at the time when this bill came into effect, I think it was in 2021, that Dr. Court was consulted, because I know that we would have had a fairer conclusion. Again, Madam Speaker, I welcome this bill, and I am looking forward to its passage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to put my name on the record as being present in this honorable house. I also rise to give support to the motion in this bill that the Retirement Allowances Legislative Services Amendment Bill 2023, moved and seconded by the Premier and the Deputy Premier. And I give my support my initial support, I would say, to this bill. And I will go through some of why it has initial support. Madam Speaker, this bill, when it was brought to the House of Assembly, when it was discussed in several informal meetings, the intent of the bill, as was discussed, and I remember being on numerous platforms trying to help the public, including the good people from the 2nd District who elected me, wanting to find out what in Gehenna we were doing. Dr. Dawson will understand what Gehenna is. But, Madam Speaker, the intention of the bill originally was to set out and ensure that we were putting in place retirement and fit and proper, if I would say, retirement allowances for members who would have served in the House of Assembly, inclusive of past members. And Madam Speaker, I'm not standing to be adversarial. I'm just going to list some of the facts of what took place. The last time, based on my recollection and the information that I have, the last time the salary for a legislator in this country was reviewed and or amended was in 1983. Salary. Allowances and all the other stuff came in 96, 97, where, again, members of who served in this honorable house before didn't want to, quote unquote, upset the public, so they tried to find creative ways to increase their salary. And Madam Speaker, I can only be as honest as I can be. Back in 2013, 2014, when I was out there doing some work with the young people in this country, I had just quit my job. And my good mentor and friend, leader opposition, put me in the youth court to walk and take care of the juveniles with the good deputy clerk up there. We used to work together, trying to keep the young persons, both males and females, out of the judicial system. Then my good friend on my far left, at that time he was the Minister of Education. He then wrote me a letter stating that he was admiring the work that I was doing with the young people, and he believed it to be credible and impactful. And then a man directly on my left said, I think you should come in politics. And I tell him I thought he was crazy, and we leave that conversation dead, not dying, it dead for a year. 2014, here comes the then Minister of Education. I was on his campaign committee at the time, Youth for Walvin. Come back again, Mitch, I think you need to come. And then at that time, the then Premier, Dr. D. Orlando Smith, invited me to a breakfast meeting. I will never forget it. It was around October 2014 down at Village Key. And he said, Mitch, everybody's talking about you. I know you have your financial background. I know you're involved with the youths. And I think you should give politics a try. Madam Speaker, after having conversations with my family and the people around me, I went back to the man on the right and leader opposition now, and I said, boss, what wrong with everybody, but I must be in politics. And then it all came together. And Madam Speaker, I said to myself that it's bigger than me. And if I'm not doing something in my purpose that's not bigger than me, then I'm doing the wrong thing. Because when I reflect on the leaders of this country who had served, I was about to set myself on a course to follow the steps of giants that came before me in the 2nd District. Persons like the late, great, Honorable Ivan Dawson and Austin Henley, and the giant of a man himself, former Representative J. Alvin Christopher, who had served this community of the 5th District for 5 consecutive terms. Second District, sorry, for 5 consecutive terms. And then you go on and you look at legislators, you hear about, I forget that. I'll come into him, but I understand. Then you hear about that it happened that Honorable Prince Stout was there, and he was serving in and around the same time with his brother who was chief minister, still to date known as the best leader when you listen to all accounts and measured from the persons in the public, the greatest leader that this country has ever seen in the person of Honorable H.L.S. Stout. And Madam Speaker, you go down the line of the former chief ministers and premiers and members that used to line, their pictures used to line the walls of this house. And I was attempting to go take that giant step. Madam Speaker, at no time did Mitch ask of any of these 3 gentlemen who are sitting here on this side of the opposition, where you get paid? It was only after June 8, 2015, we got elected. We got sworn in on the 24th of June, 2015, and I think we got paid at the end of that month. I called my good friend, Honorable Marlon Penn, a.k.a. Smurf, and I said, "My son, why you bring me in?" I said, "This is it?" He said, "Bye. I think if I tell you before, you'll change your mind." But Madam Speaker, with all seriousness now, when I look back, would I have done it any differently? Absolutely not. Do I regret my decisions? Absolutely not. You see, the service to this country is one that is selfless. There's a lot of things that people don't see. There's a lot of sacrifices that are made, and especially on the side of your family and those in your community that you have to look out for, that people don't see. You can't publicize, you can't post it on Facebook, and you can't report it to the news. Because the people in the community and the larger Virgin Islands trust you. They give you their confidence to be their voice, to be their leader, to be the one who looks out for their best interests. So it's never about the salary. Because I quit a good job with good money and then went to work doing a mentorship program to get no money. So I was been there before. So 1983, Madam Speaker, was the last time the salaries were reviewed. In 2015, when I was elected, between 2015 and 2019, I remember coming in because I believe a study would have been undertaken prior to my arrival in the 3rd House of Assembly in 2015. But I remember having discussions surrounding the retirement allowances, even extending towards the salary review for the legislative arm of government. I remember some other persons in that room as well hired on that team who were pension consultants who run very successful businesses here in this territory as well. And I remember the report being handed back to us in terms of recommendations of what should take place. Madam Speaker, when you look at it, you would have served in this honorable house 2 terms and qualified for a pension. Everything in this country, from about 2008 to 2019, the cost of living in this country has increased just about 3 to 4.5% each year. Everything else increases in this country. And when you look at legislators and when you look at retirees from the government sector, when you look at especially the educators that will retire and have retired even before, something is off. When you look at the seniors and the elders in our community who have retired and put in 18 and 20 and 25 years, when they used to have to walk. And if those who were privileged, they used to have to take a donkey to get from one place to another, but make sure that we were building this very country that we now have. They are on one set retirement allowance, but the cost of living continues to increase. There's a bigger conversation to be had, Madam Speaker. When I would sit and hear the then ministers, and even in the 4th House of Assembly, and even now in this 5th House of Assembly, former legislators, Madam Speaker, having to make representation to the government for assistance because their situation, whether from a healthcare perspective, whether from expenses, they are unable to sustain themselves. And it's across the board. Unable to sustain themselves. So that's why you can have people living in their cars. Because I remember back in 2016, I talked about people going in a garbage can down Caxi to look food. And somebody said that's not the truth. But I know what I was saying because some of these people I was still mentoring, their children. So I knew how they were getting by. So in 2023, it is no surprise that people are living in their cars. It is no surprise that people are going hungry. It is no surprise, Madam Speaker, that we are ignoring a very great social ill in our society that is not being addressed. But we continue to move forward because it doesn't yet reach our step. So we come to this 4th House of Assembly, Madam Speaker, and we were trying to put in place, increase the retirement allowances because, Premier, this is the part, and Madam Speaker, this is a part of the bill that I am challenged with. I don't know who in their right mind, and this is Melvin Mitch Turnbull saying this now, Madam Speaker. When it was done, we know how it will pass. The man over there looking at me, so I don't want to talk about it. He's looking right at me. So I'm going to look at the Premier. He on the wall looking at me. We know what was done. And we know how it came about. Because the first part of this bill was to increase the retirement benefits to include your allowances. That's what the bill was supposed to do. That was the only part of the bill that we had a discussion on. Somebody said something about Nicodemus. Late night. That used to be the conversation in here, late night. And Madam Speaker, it was so convenient that when I recall it, it was a Thursday. God rest his soul, Mr. Whitley, who founded the Interdenominational Day of Prayer. And I know the House Assembly was supposed to go on live. And then the then Minister of Finance and leader of the country said, no, let them pray, the country need prayer. And that's how this bill get passed, not on the air. He didn't pass on the air. It was not recorded like, go look in ZBV in the archive. You will realize it was not aired. The entire sitting was not aired. When we went to committee, and a pen right next to me. This is when we were introduced with this amendment for the 1 term, 2 term, 3 term, 4 term, 5 term. Honorable Skelton and I would have had many of these conversations in terms of the figures, $1.2 million if you were premier for 5 terms or more. I know the number them out in the head. About $800,000 if you were a minister and had $5,000 or more. Deputy premier. And then you go somewhere in around $400,000 or $500,000 if you were a minister and had 4 terms. Man, Speaker, the numbers are there. And then if you serve 1 term, you basically get $300,000. And the conversation came up. What is going to stop someone in this country? And Madam Speaker, I'm going to say it because that's what I feel. What is going to stop anyone in this country? And I heard the good Minister of Health try to give his explanation, and that's his explanation. But my explanation is, what's going to stop anybody in this country? If you see you will get $300,000 after 4 years, from going to the bank, take out a loan for $100,000 and make sure you take the other person out, or take the other person out. Even on the street, a lot of things get called on the street, we get called all kind of thing. Even though we get called all kind of thing. Madam Speaker, the very intention of this thing was to increase the allowances. But my challenge, Mr. Premier, it was a hot topic on the campaign trail. You and I and the rest of us know we needed to do something about it. But it seems that we are yet again not leading. We are reacting. Because I asked this question, Madam Speaker, surrounding the salary review for legislators. And I was told there's a salary review currently going on for the public service, which ties in the legislative arm of government. By the way, Madam Speaker, the same day that this bill, this quote-unquote greedy bill was passed, I think the day before we passed the one for the judicial not a peep. But if you investigate it, look at it, there's a lot more than what's here. And we continue to do it to ourselves. We continue to ride right into the narrative that people are saying, and this ideology that we are this, that, and the other. Madam Speaker, I won't say it because I ain't no thief, and I ain't no crook, and I ain't no criminal. But Mr. Premier, I'm wondering why, if there is a salary review happening, if there is document, I think Honorable Baldwin, 2016 it was, right about end of 2016 before we got a report, or early 2017. I think it was 2016 going into 2017, before the hurricane. So in around 2017. There's a report laying that we paid for, we paid for it. We paid for this report to be done since 2017. It's there. There's another one going through now. Another Premier told us it should have been completed, or should be completed by the end of September or end of October latest. But we are now repealing and bringing this piece of legislation back to the House. And I don't know who coming with the Premier, but it won't be Mitch. Come back to the people next year, because after October, you got to review the report, then you go into budget next year. You can talk about, you want to look at legislative salary. Why not wait and do the thing properly? There's a problem, we keep reacting. Because while one part of it has been addressed. You still have a whole other part that has not been considered. So when you come back, you know what's going to happen? Every man going to run through the bush, under rock, back a banana tree, Madam Speaker. And not a man going to talk, just like them old bad. No, we ain't touching that there. Nothing there. Madam Speaker, we had the opportunity to put everything together and bring it before this honorable house and bring it before the people of the Virgin Islands to show that we are in fact leading, to show that we are in fact in a position that we are thinking comprehensively to address the issues that have been presented before us. But we're in a rush. And then we're going to do it over and do it over and do it over again. But Madam Speaker, we're talking about reports and money being spent, and I heard the articulation of what could be used for what and what could be used for how and who would get what. Madam Speaker, I want to make it clear. I ain't holding a wash pan for a soul. Not a soul. If we're going to talk about what's going wrong, we got to talk about all of what went wrong. We can't just make it seem, because I was in the fourth house. I got to speak for me. If Honorable Penn decided to speak, it's up to him. Honorable Wheatley spoke. But we ain't going to make it sound like we were here trying to thief the people in. Not I, Madam Speaker. And we're not going to make it sound like we were here, so many problems in the country, and we were only concerned about one thing, Madam Speaker. It had some other things happening before that went wrong, that end up and caused the COI to be where it is on us. So the number that was computed or summarized by the leader opposition was around 5 million. It's a true number. I'm not defending it because the country, truth and in fact, cannot sustain it. The country right now has a pension debt for its retirees from the public service that is over $200 million that is unfunded. That's something to talk about. In my same private sector, in 2007, an actuarial study was done, and another one was done in 2013 to say to the government, the leadership of the government, 2 different times, you need to move towards a contributory scheme because you cannot afford to do what you're doing for this 25 years, to give people 2/3 of the salary for the rest of their life. You cannot afford it. If the persons who are eligible, Madam Speaker, to retire based on the 25 years of service, all retire at this country will come to its knees. So, Madam Speaker, when we talk about one thing, we got to talk about everything. There were some decisions made, Madam Speaker. 7 million here, 1 million here, 9 million there, 11 million there. Madam Speaker, you had some money going through this country that we see the merits of it realized. So if we're going to talk the thing, we can't lead alone. We got to talk the thing. And Madam Speaker, the point that I'm making we always seem to be in this rush to do something so you go get the side of the public on your side or get the support of the public, and then something else comes up and then right in the year again. So why you didn't do that before? Madam Speaker, we are elected to lead. We ain't about pointing finger at one person or the next person, Madam Speaker. We are here to lead. So the salary review report is going to come out, and I can almost be certain I don't know why it's juxtaposed legislator salary review with the public service salary review, but that's what's being undertaken right now. It is going to say that the last time salaries for legislators were addressed was 1983, and something needs to be done. And it's going to give the same statistics of the cost of living, which I went through, and it's going to give the same statistics of these are the average salaries throughout the region and throughout the rest of the world, and this is what we think you should do. Who as we go, who coming back to say what in here? I, not I. If you do it once properly, you're gonna do it again. The last set were afraid to touch it, so they do allowances. The last administration decided to touch it, and then it went away. We're here now with the opportunity to fix it, and you still gotta fix it after you fix it. And here's what happens. When the eyes come back on us, we're going to blame each other. When we have an opportunity to build institutions for the future generations. When we have an opportunity to get it right. And it won't be perfect, but you will get it, you would address what's before you, Madam Speaker. And I was hoping, Madam Speaker, that, because the Honorable Premier know that I spoke to him privately. I was hoping that even the report from Dr. Carbon would have been presented so he could understand the work that was. What's his name? Court, sorry, Dr. Court. So I apologize, Dr. Court. Could have been produced so that he could at least review it and understand that this is where and works that were being done. So we could have put it together, but we ain't doing that. So we're here, Madam Speaker, to repeal the sections of the Retirement Allowances Legislative Services Amendment Bill to take out sections 3 to A through E, which deals with the paying for the terms and the amount of terms that you would serve, 1 year salary, 2 year salary, etc., Madam Speaker. And in my mind, I could hear the public's response after we would have completed this exercise. They do what they said they were going to do. But Madam Speaker, in the bill, I am not a lawyer. There are 2 lawyers in this house, three lawyers in this house. But what I have spent my professional life doing is dealing with retirement plan. I have never seen, Madam Speaker, a clause that says in any law or any retirement bill, you can write in to say you don't want it. Madam Speaker, that can't be right. That can't be right. Your retirement is your retirement. It either goes to you if you're retired, or if you have any to go over, it goes to your beneficiary. Where, or your trust or whoever, where we put in the law this catch clause to say, you can write in, you know. Madam Speaker, either yours or team yours. You write in to say you ain't want it? What do you mean? So here again, Madam Speaker. Here again, just like the old Biden, the old members that served before us, they didn't touch the salary, they went allowances. The former Premier Minister of Finance, he didn't touch the salary, but he put in this clause. And here we go now, say we're repealing it. But we put in a clause that you got to write in. Write in what? Once we got that can't be no law. There is no pension document, retirement document anywhere in this wall that would have such a clause that you don't want it? You're leaving it on the table? For who? Madam Speaker, that, and Honorable Premier, that got to come out. Because either yours or ain't yours. The right thing to say you don't want it. And Premier, I heard you. And you spoke for yourself. So you write in if you got right in. I heard the good lawyer and the leader of opposition say, you could write in committee stage. Go up to you. Madam Speaker, I don't think that should be in the law. I understand what is being suggested, but I don't think it should be in the law. Either you're entitled to it or you're not entitled to it. And if you're entitled to it, you're entitled to it. So said, so done. Madam Speaker, when we get in committee stage, I would again elucidate on the points that I'm making. I know we are already here, we're already in the debate. I am hopeful that as a part of the time that in committee, we were able to look at the report and look at the information of what was provided. And Premier, it won't be the first time, if you so see it, sorry. It won't be the first time that something goes to a committee of the House to get things together. But that's just my suggestion. I think if we're going to get things right, Madam Speaker, we need to do it holistically. We need to do it comprehensively. We know what didn't work. We know what was avoided. Let us now in this 2023 year take the bull by the horn and fix the things and present to the people of this Virgin Islands, as well as present something for members of this House that would sit and stand for years to come, that would say, listen, there were some courageous men and women who took a bold decision, who took bold steps to ensure that they did at that time what was right. Madam Speaker, I support this bill, and in committee stage I will reiterate my concerns. I reiterate and highlight the things that I hope that we can address and amend and even include, so that we could have, when we come out or have to bring it back, it will be right, fit and proper, AG is the right word, for us as legislators in this House of Assembly. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Any other member wish to debate? I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity for me to make my brief contribution to Retirement Allowance Legislative Service Amendment Bill 2023. Madam Speaker, I just checked. I saw it's we are about 5 days shy of the 6-month anniversary, or the first 100 days, or just past the first 100 days of us being elected to office in this new House, Madam Speaker. And I thought I just left the campaign behind, but it seemed I was coming here, I heard some things, I caught the leader of the opposition, so much that I fall on the way inside here with the rain, trying to get in here before them close on the House. Because I believe, Madam Speaker, is important, and I have taken, and members of the 4th House of Assembly have taken a lot of stripes on this particular act, and some justifiably so. For what happened, but labels are a funny thing, Madam Speaker. If you allow persons to label you in a certain way, and you don't respond, that labels become who you are.
And you have some labels I'll address in this house before it's finished to avoid them becoming who people perceive you to be, Madam Speaker. But on the campaign trail, Madam Speaker, was one of those voices as well that was very clear in terms of the fact that the quote-unquote greedy section of the bill, amendment of the bill, needed to be repealed. The member to my immediate right is correct that when this happened, particularly when the bill was passed, it was on a day, interdenomination day of prayer. And the discourse that happened, particularly in the committee stages, did not, for some reason, find a way in the minutes. And but I'm very much aware that the Hansard at the time was right there, taking notes, and there's a detailed account of what happened, particularly in our committee stages, considering the actual element of the bill that we're about to repeal today. In fact, Madam Speaker, and I'm not going to go too much into this, but I think it's important for the record, and I think the record is always important, that there was I got up and made it very clear that one member got up and stormed out of the meeting, said that I don't want him to have anything, that element should be removed, and what should retain is just what the court report, Dr. Court's report said, that we should adjust the salary aspect of it to make sure that you're being calculated based on the salary and the allowances. I think it was a territorial member at the time, stormed out. He's no longer with us, but he's now in the house, no longer with us in the house. I saw him the other day, he's alive and well. But I know he's collecting his salary as well. So he's out, he's out of the woods now. But Madam Speaker, but all honesty and all fairness, we're here. Many of us spoke that they will be here, we'll address this issue and address the issue of the graduated salary allowances. And I am too concerned the fact that we're not looking at this comprehensively and the comprehensive elements of it that needs to be addressed. I agree that this has to be addressed forthwith. But how quickly we come back to deal with the other elements of it is another question, Premier. I know you can't bring this back a month or months before election and expect members to support this. But we have to do things comprehensively, and that has been the shortcoming of this House all the time. We do too much we're too reactionary, too many stop gaps, and we have to do things in a more comprehensive and strategic way. So I am the record. The hands up would bear me out on this. My position has been on this. But we're here, and it's time to move forward and move forward from it. And the label that is being placed that the members of the Fourth House are such a greedy son of a gun and only did what they wanted to do for themselves and not for any other member is far from the truth, Madam Speaker. And in fact, a lot of members, all the former members, some of them who are out there kicking up and ranting and raving about this, they have no conscience. And through one side of the mouth, them saying them set a greedy son of a gun, and on the right side of the mouth, they collect them $60,000+ check. And the monthly increase in terms of their salary benefits. But you never hear anything about that. You only hear about the greedy son of a guns of the Fourth House of Assembly. Let's be fair. Let's be open and transparent to the public when we speak about these issues. Don't try to label one over the other. What was done was wrong. It was wrong. And I said it was wrong in the committee stages, and the members who were in the Fourth House could bear that out. A member walked out of the meeting and he said, I don't want him to have nothing. But we're here and we're going to fix it. But Premier, I agree that the Dr. Court report is an important report for us to look at. It doesn't exist. Well, the discussions that were had, we had discussions with Dr. Court, we had discussions with former members of the current former legislators of the Virgin Islands, and there were a series of recommendations that were made in those discussions. Now I'm hearing that the report was never done. No, that's another story. But I know that we had the discussions. There was a frame and a way forward in terms of how we plan to move forward. One of the changes was the change that we've made in this fourth house to address the issue of the calculation of the pensions based on your benefits and on your salary. And one of the things that we discussed, we need to just look at doing away with the whole issue of benefits and look at a review of the salary and what is a fair salary for legislators. What is missing in all this as well, Madam Speaker, is there's a committee of privilege of the House. And there are certain privileges that the committee of privilege have to assess on an ongoing basis for former members. There are a lot of former members that will not divulge this that get particular benefits because of their circumstances that are afforded to them because of the privilege of being a former member. And it's not something that they're getting because we agreed in BVM, we're just giving them benefit. It appertains in every legislator. It appertains in the United Kingdom. It appertains within the other OTs within the region and other legislators within the Caribbean and around the globe. So we're not doing something for all legislators that is above and beyond in terms of the privileges that members are getting, that is above and beyond what other legislators are getting in terms of their privileges. Medical, burial benefits, and some other benefits that are being appertaining. But we have to, and I agree with the member for the second, we have to look at, Madam Speaker, while we're doing the reformation of the House and looking to bring in the House in terms of a level of a standard that we're trying to put in place for our House of Assembly moving forward, we have to look at all these things in totality. Instead of coming in with a piecemeal hodgepodge approach in terms of how we deal with the issue of benefits for members, whether it's through salary or not. Whatever those benefits are, it has to be calculated on the backs of the fact of what your salary will look like as well moving forward. So if you're getting a salary that's in excess of $150,000+, a retirement benefit of X, you might not need to get those additional privileges that you're getting from the Committee of Privileges. So that's why they have to be looked at in totality, Madam Speaker, in terms of how we approach, how we treat members in this Honorable House. We should not be afraid to address these things head on and have the conversations with the public on the way that we move forward. So that's what I recommend, Premier, in terms of the way forward. I think we have to, I agree that we have to do this forward with Premier, but we also have to quickly look at the comprehensive solution moving forward and have a proper conversation with the public in terms of what is fair. And it has to be held against what appertains in the United Kingdom, what appertains in legislators around the globe and within the region that is comparable to us in the Virgin Islands. So that we're making sure that we're transparent with this process to the public and we're putting forward a fair recommendation in terms of how we move forward. So you have my support on us doing that, Premier, and us as a body looking at how we can get this done. But I have some concerns and comments in the committee stage. I wouldn't be here grandstanding any longer on this particular issue, because I think it's important for us to move on, move forward, address it as we said we would address on the campaign trail, and as a legislator, come forward and come forth with an amicable, fair suggestion moving forward. And I'm not going to accept no label as being a greedy son of a gun, Madam Speaker. I'm not accepting that label. And as my old former legislator and my cousin from Manchester used to say, if you tell something often enough and it's not refuted, it becomes the facts and the truth and what actually pertains. And that's not a label I'm accepting. So, Madam Speaker, I support the amendment that's before us, as I did in the committee stages prior, and look forward for us making the adjustments, and then Premier looking forward to the comprehensive approach moving forward for how we deal with compensation for legislators and for civil servants moving forward. I know that there's a compensation review that's happening for civil servants, particularly for persons on the technical side of the civil service who require certain benefits because of the type of work that they do. Persons who work in water and sewage, solid waste, waste management team, those type of jobs, technical engineers, those type of people who are now really on the lower end of the salary bracket, teachers and persons who are on the front line fighting for us in these Virgin Islands. We need to look at their compensation in a proper way. I know that review is there, Premier, and I'm hopeful that we could bring that very early. So you can at least catch, now, not this budget cycle, catch the next budget cycle for us to really address the issue of compensation for the hard-working public servants within this territory who work tirelessly to keep the engine running and keep the whole ship moving, and not adequately compensated in many instances. That needs to be addressed as well. So, Madam Speaker, I so rest.
Thank you, Honorable Member. At this time, I'll call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the members for their contributions, and I want to thank them for their support. Madam Speaker, firstly, let me thank the members for providing the history of what happened prior to myself and several other members coming to the House. The gentleman who came and gave some advice as to how we address the issue, I think that's important information. I mean, unfortunately for me, no one presented me with a support of any information as it pertained to that. But I trust the members who are here and who have stated, particularly the member for the 6th, stated that what we're doing here today was a proposal that the good gentleman gave to solve the challenge. So I'm grateful for that information which has come forward. So I think we can even move forward with even more certainty and boldness, knowing that that was a recommendation from an independent consultant. So thank you for that. Madam Speaker, I started off the way I started off because there's something called politics, and then there's something called governance. And politics can interfere with governance. Politics can interfere with governance, Madam Speaker. And I'm blessed to have the opportunity to be here in the House of Assembly. And just like the member for the 2nd described, being the personality who wanted to help your community, to help your burgeoning nation that I know we all want to build. And I want to make the best use of my opportunity while I'm here. And Madam Speaker, I'm often criticized for not doing enough of politics or being very partisan in my approach. People say, well, sometimes, Madam Speaker, people will even criticize me for doing something for someone who's an opposite party or something like that, because I don't really think in political terms. And the political party for me is just a vehicle to be able for persons of like minds to come together and to present themselves to the country. So I really don't see things in political terms. But Madam Speaker, the problem that we are here to solve today was not caused by any one party. It was not VIP caused it, it was not the NDP caused it, it wasn't any other party that caused this problem. Based on what the members have said here, this is a problem that has existed for all members of the House. And the members described it very accurately. They say persons were afraid to be able to put forward what would be considered a decent salary for someone who is in your highest lawmaking body of the land. And what's the reason for the fear, Madam Speaker? If somehow or the other there's an expectation when persons are in the position that you're in that you must be up on a cross. And that your own needs don't matter. And they'll run you into the ground and then they'll be there at your funeral. There's some expectation that when you're in a position like this, and it must be, I don't know if it's in another place rather than the BVI or it's a BVI thing. There's expectation that someone in this position must not be paid something which is decent. And so we are afraid to do what needs to be done. But as I said, Madam Speaker, I'm going to use this opportunity to do what I believe is right. And I'll let the chips fall where they may. And people will do what they want to do with me after. I've accepted that. So I'm going to do what's right, but there are many governments who came before who were afraid and did not want to do what was necessary. Madam Speaker, in the Fourth House of Assembly, we had some members with some gumption. My good friend, boy, I ain't going to talk about my good friend. But that House of Assembly, we had some members with some gumption. And Madam Speaker, I already said it, we already said it. What was put forward was an attempt to solve a problem, but it went too far. And Madam Speaker, I'm not going to try to absolve myself of any blame. What I'm going to do is I'm going to search myself and say, what is it about myself why I wasn't more forthright and assertive in saying, this is wrong, let's not do it. And it's a lesson for me because one thing you cannot compromise on is your integrity. You must not compromise on your integrity. We all of us, and like I said, it's not a VIP or NDP thing because when you look at who voted where, everybody who was I believe it was anybody who was there who voted yes, including members of the opposition. And I think somebody was absent during the voting. So it's not an NDP or a VIP thing. And I do recall members in the opposition and other members saying, well, you know what, are we sure about this? Is this the right way to go about it? But somehow or the other, we did not steer clear of that result. And that is a mistake. And that's something that's a lesson for me, not to allow that type of thing to happen again. And to help me to become a better person and a better leader for the members of the country. So it was excessive, and that's why we are here to fix it. We are here to fix it. And let me just say, Madam Speaker, that there is a question about, quote unquote, fixing legislators' salary. I have to say, Madam Speaker, right now, I'm satisfied with what we're doing here. And I personally don't need to revisit anything. Now, if the members of the House want us to go back and look at salaries, fine. But I'm personally satisfied right now that members who retire, they'll be able to get their pension and their full package. And I think, you know, that's reasonable. It's reasonable. But I continue to state, which I've stated before, is that you need some kind of independent body, some independent person to make sure that everybody in the country is making a decent salary for what they do, really for what they do. No, you can't go and compare a legislator's salary to somebody else who's making minimum wage and expect they're supposed to be making the same things. Based on what you do, there should be a decent salary for the services that you provide. And right now we have a salary review taking place because we recognize that there are many persons who are not making what they should make. You'll hear my good friend Attorney General, she's going to advocate strongly for what persons in her chambers should be making. Because for her to be able to retain who she has and attract who she wants, she has to pay them a particular salary. Same thing with the teachers. If we want to retain who are there, we want to attract who we want to come there, we have to pay them a particular salary. So I think what people have a problem with is because you are lawmakers and you have this privileged position, you take care of yourself and you're not taking care of anybody else. And this is what we have to make sure we do to instill the type of confidence in the people that we are here in this privileged position and we have the character, the ethics, the morality, which will allow us not to be selfish and look after our own interests, but to take care of the interests of the entire country. And this is what persons expect of us. This is the responsibility we have, and this is what we have to live up to. So I will repeat. And persons out there, I think the member for the second said it correctly. You have packages for persons who are in the judiciary that by far and large dwarf what legislators make. You have civil servants in the government, making way more than legislators. All we are asking for across the board, from grade 1 to grade whatever it is, to whatever position you have, what we are asking for is fairness. And we are asking for, based on the work you do, to get fair compensation for that. That is what we are seeking with this bill. And Madam Speaker, yes, we have a lot of challenges in the country presently. And I will say those challenges just didn't start today. And it just didn't start during the last House of Assembly. These challenges have existed for many years. And like I say, persons criticize me because they say, man, you should bring up when the other government did this and they spent this amount of money and they did this and they did that. And by and large, I've resisted doing that because nobody cares about that. That money was already spent. They already had an election. They voted out who they had to vote out. They vote in who they had to vote in. And now it's our responsibility to fix these problems. And I'm not mad with the opposition if they bring up the problems. That's their job. But I would say it's our collective responsibility, whether district, whether at large, as lawmakers, and of course the government has its own responsibility. We who are a part of the executive, we have a responsibility to solve these problems. So yes, we're gonna get sensitive and we're gonna get vexed when they bring up all of these problems that they bring up. And we're gonna want to say, well, you wasn't no better than us, etc. But for me, that doesn't solve the problem. The challenge that we have before us is to all of those problems that we're bringing up to get them solved. We have to get those problems solved, and we have a limited amount of time to be able to do it. And I think that we need all hands on deck to get those problems solved. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very happy, as I said before, to be able to close this particular chapter. It was a mistake that was made. Everything that opposition members said about the excess of it is true. It is excessive and it's unnecessary. And Madam Speaker, I believe it is the right thing to do to repeal those offending sections. It's the right thing to do for persons' pensions to be calculated best right now as they are, salaries and allowances. It's the right thing to do, Madam Speaker, to allow persons the opportunity to say if they don't want it, that they can indicate. And I think that, if you're going to indicate, you'll have to do that in writing. The right thing to do is to indicate that you don't want it. And it's also the right thing that we don't seek to take away a right that someone has already had. So these are the correct things, Madam Speaker. I'm convinced, I'm convicted that we are doing the right thing here this morning, and I look forward to constructive, this afternoon. I'm looking forward to constructive dialogue in committee stage, and I'm looking forward to the support of all the members of the House in passing this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded. Bill shortly entitled Retiring Allowances Legislative Service Amendment Bill 3 be now read a second time. Favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
This act may be cited as the Retiring Allowances Legislative Service Amendment Act 2023.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. House is now in committee. Thank you. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the bill entitled Retiring Allowances Legislative Service Amendment Bill 2023 has passed through committee without amendments. Madam Speaker, I move that the bill entitled Retiring Allowances Legislative Service Amendment Bill 2023 be read a third time and passed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill entitled Retiring Allowances Legislative Service Amendment Bill 2023 be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a third time.
This act may be cited as the Retiring Allowances Legislative Service Amendment Act 2023.
Thank you. Honorable members, the bill has been read a third time and passed. Thank you. At this time, I call upon the Premier to move a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move the following motion. Whereas it is provided under Standing Order 72-1F that there shall be a standing select committee known as the Register of Interest Committee. Whereas it is also provided under Standing Order 72-2 that such standing select committee shall be nominated by the Speaker as soon as may be practicable after the beginning of each House of Assembly. Whereas it is further provided under Standing Order 72-3 that a standing select committee shall consist of not more than 7 members and not less than 5 members, inclusive of the member who is chairman of the committee. Whereas it is provided in Standing Order 77A2 that the chairman of the committee shall be a minister. And whereas the functions of the committee are to consider all matters relating to the Register of Interest as established under Section 112 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, and in so doing shall carry out and exercise all the functions of the committee under the Register of Interest Act 2006, number 5 of 2006. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands that the following shall be members of the Register of Interest Committee and perform the functions aforesaid. Honorable Dr. Natalia D. Whitley, Chairman. Honorable Lorna G. Smith, OBE. Honorable Stacey Mather, MBE. Honorable Ronnie W. Skelton, and Honorable Julian Fraser. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to
Debate. If no member wish to debate, I'll call on the Premier to wrap up.
Madam Speaker, I thank the members for their silent support. Of course, just for the benefit of the public, the Register of Interest Committee is very important committee. Of course, during the Commission of Inquiry, it was topical, of course, because in the past, members had not registered their interests as they have should, as they were supposed to. And it was a prevailing problem. Of course, this committee is responsible for regulating and sanctioning based on what is written in the Constitution, that members should register their interests. I think we all got a good, I would say, public excoriation due to not having our interests registered properly. I believe that has been rectified now. And of course, there's some other administrative things that were to happen to help to improve the process. Madam Speaker, I have great confidence that this is an area that we will see vast improvement. And of course, we did make amendments in the last House. We did make some amendments to the Register of Interest Act that will provide for things like suspension if you do not register your interest. And as members would know, if you miss a certain amount of sittings in the House, you can lose your seat in the House. So it's serious business, Madam Speaker. I think we all have a responsibility as members of the House to ensure that we are accountable and transparent. And it is very clear that, of course, when we debate in the House, whether we make decisions as members of the government, that it is not in our individual interests. And that is known because we've registered our interests. And you have a body that will be examining those interests. And of course, the registrar can send the report to the committee, and then the committee can act on that. So, Madam Speaker, I thank the members for their support.
Thank you, Premier. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier to move a motion.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order Section 33(1), I would like to withdraw the motion before the House as it pertains to the Public Accounts Committee. And I will give the reason why I would like to withdraw the motion, Madam Speaker. As we know, the Public Accounts Committee, this motion which is here, does not reflect all the parties of the House. The Virgin Islands party is missing. And as we know, Madam Speaker, of course, the standing order says that if you're a minister, you cannot be a member of the Public Accounts Committee. It doesn't say junior minister there, Madam Speaker. And if junior ministers cannot serve on the Public Accounts Committee, it should say so explicitly in the standing orders. Well, Madam Speaker, when I first came to the House, we did, of course, make a mistake as it pertains to junior ministers serving as Deputy Speaker. That was a mistake. Well, in bringing forth the motion, I made a mistake. And that was corrected. But since then, I examined very closely the constitutional amendment that was made in 2015. Actually, and these standing orders have been revised since 2015. The Constitution, of course, would not mention junior ministers because the Constitution was done in 2007. And the amendment would have had to amend the section so that junior ministers, to make it very clear that junior ministers will be considered as ministers in certain prescribed circumstances. Now, the standing orders being amended in 2016 and amended since then, it is very clear that if junior ministers were not to be considered, it should be spelled out explicitly in the standing orders. And once we form the committees, if we want to say junior ministers should not be considered as a part of the committee, that's fine. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity to speak to the speaker from the Isle of Man, who visited with us for the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. And he said, I noted with interest, yes, junior ministers can serve in their committees, but if they're dealing with any matter dealing with the department they're responsible for, they simply have to recuse themselves. These junior ministers are not a part of cabinet and are not bound by the collective responsibility of cabinet. If they were members of cabinet, quite obviously, they would not be able to sit on the committee and scrutinize themselves. So, Madam Speaker, I did ask for an opinion, and as I have not received the opinion as yet, I am asking the members of the House to support a motion to have this withdrawn, and then we can examine whatever opinion is given on this matter, and then we can bring back the motion for the PAC. I have no intention of seeking to delay the work of the Public Accounts Committee, and as soon as I can receive the opinion, we can decide on a way forward. But Madam Speaker, it is not in the interest of good governance to have a committee with all opposition members and not even one member who can provide a dissenting voice, if need be. The standing order speaks very clearly about the fact that these committees must reflect all the parties in the House. It says that very clearly, and there's a reason for that, to have a balance within the House. I do not think, and in the past, public accounts committees, even when the National Democratic Party was in government, so you had a public accounts committee, they always had at least one member. And I think, you know, they would be honest in saying that having that one dissenting voice, who have even in some instances published dissenting opinions on reports, was very important to transparency and accountability of the process of doing inquiries. So, Madam Speaker, I submit this motion for withdrawal of this motion to appoint the PAC. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I recognize the leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I raise not to support this motion. Madam Speaker, one of the first committees that should be formed after a meeting is the Public Accounts Committee. It's 5-6 months going now, and that has not happened. Madam Speaker, what the Premier is not telling us is that the standing order does not overrule the Constitution of the Virgin Islands. The 2015 amendment to the Constitution of the Virgin Islands that created the position of junior ministers gave in detail what junior ministers can't do. junior minister and the standing orders clearly states that if you're a minister, you can't serve on this committee. And the amendment to the Constitution equates junior ministers as ministers. That's what it did. Was it right? I don't know. That's not the argument here. But there's no reason for us to delay the formation of PAC, because, again, it can be 5 to 7 members. And all the Premier has to do, all he has to do to get a member here is to disappoint one of his junior ministers. It's a simple solution to the problem. But to stop PAC from operating because the Premier can't or won't make a decision on his members is not the right thing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the standing order says that the Speaker will nominate the members of the committees, which you did. All the Premier is doing, because you can't sit down here, is to articulate your wishes. So for him to come now, there are 6 members here. If there needs to be a 7th, it could always be added. There's no reason for us to not form PAC today. Absolutely none. You cannot amend the Constitution, the standing orders, to allow a junior minister to serve without amending the Constitution. And I show legal opinion will tell you that. And I ain't no lawyer. I am not one. So therefore, Madam Speaker, there is no reason for us to do this. When the Premier came to me with it, I told him the same thing. I said, Premier, you can add one at any time. All you have to do is disappoint one of your junior ministers. Or amend the Constitution. It's a simple, to me it's simple, but not to form PAC today after 5 months. It's 5 months?
6 months.
Going on 6 months, madam, is not the right thing. We came here, we all went over there campaigning and said we come to make the House more responsive to the needs of the society. So to not form PAC is not the right thing. It's one of the most important committee of this House. It's the only committee that scrutinizes government's plans and procedures and expenditure. There's no other. So government is running for the last 5 months without any scrutiny. We cannot allow that to happen, Madam Speaker. I cannot support the Premier on this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Let me just place that for the record that the floor is open for debate. That's okay. I recognize the member for the district, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Madam Speaker, I don't intend to be long, but just to support the position made by the leader of the opposition. The same rule of thumb that prescribed that none of the junior ministers could be appointed as deputy speaker is the same rule that applies here, Madam Speaker. And for the Premier to delay the formation of the PAC, on his opinion, it goes to speak to the whole issue of separation of powers. The executive cannot come and dictate to the House in terms of the way forward. I think it's a wrong move for the Premier to make. Like the leader of opposition clearly stated, the Premier tomorrow decides on the way forward and wants to add a member could be added. But the work of the committee needs to start and it needs to continue. I would also like the Premier to say where this legal opinion is coming from. So I think we need to, if it's coming from the Attorney General's chambers, we need to know. If it's a private opinion, we as a House need to know. But I would also like to request as a House that we get an opinion as well, Madam Speaker, from you on this very matter as well, because we have to make sure that we're consistent in the decision that we've made. We had a back and forth in the first sitting where the same issue applied with the Deputy Speaker. That was resolved. And we need to make sure it's very clear moving forward
how we're going to uphold that decision that was made as it pertains to the Deputy Speaker. To all the other committees, that's very clear that ministers should not sit on these committees. So I support the Leader of Opposition very clearly on the position he articulated. I too do not support us delaying the formation of the committee. If both opinions come back and say that we're wrong, and a junior minister could be appointed, I clearly doubt that, then we'll have to accept the appointment of a junior minister. But the committee's work must move on. The committee must be formed, and we must move on with the business of the people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any other member wish to debate? I recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwyn.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Just to rise very briefly in support of the points raised by the Leader of the Opposition and the member for the 8th. Public Accounts Committee is a creature of the Constitution. So that tells you its importance. The member for the Leader of the Opposition said it's perhaps one of the most important committees of the House. I submit to you that it is the most important committee of the House, in fact. And as was said before, we went through the very same exercise when we had the matter for the appointment of the Speaker. It's a difficult decision that the Premier has to make, because I understand the politics of things. I understand the politics of things. You didn't want to make that morning when you were trying to form the government. I understand. Because the one person who ministry would have come looking over on this side, and we would have been where you are, and you would have been where we are. I understand the politics of it, but we can't put politics over the country. We can't have, and for the last, totally unchecked. Can't have unchecked power. Doesn't work. And I think we all made a commitment to good governance, leadership, and all part of it. So I think, Premier, heavy is the head that wears the crown. You have a decision to make, but to delay the formation of the Public Accounts Committee, which is so important for the of government to satisfy a political agenda, sounds bad, but that's really what it is. Because each of the junior ministers, you're the substantive holder of those positions. So nothing really would be affected, quite honestly, in terms of the carrying out of those responsibilities, because the junior ministers themselves are not, at the end of the day, they still have to carry out what the substantive holder of the position wants to happen. It's a tough call, but I think we should try our best to see how quickly we can get the Public Accounts Committee started. And if there is, in fact, a legal opinion on the matter, I think it should be something that's produced to the House for us to all see what it says. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, members. Given that the opinion, a legal opinion was raised, I just wish to state on record that that opinion has already been requested from the Attorney General Chambers. So we're just waiting for same to be produced. I can't speak to what the Premier did, but I can say that I have made the request. Thank you. Any other member? Yes, the deputy. I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honorable Lorna Smith.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I again rise to support the Premier's withdrawal, motion for withdrawing this particular committee, this particular motion for this committee to be formed, the Public Accounts Committee. I think we all recognize the importance of the Public Accounts Committee, There are several committees being formed, and I think that the opposition is deliberately grandstanding by talking about the importance of this as though there is all this work to be done that is being delayed by the Premier simply asking for time to get an opinion, a legal opinion. The legal opinion might very well come in the next few days or very shortly, and I think it is a very reasonable request that we should all accede to. We all take our work very seriously. I very much support his position that all parties must be included or should be included on the Public Accounts Committee. And I really want us to recognize that the elections are over. Let us stop the campaigning and let's get on with the people's work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Before I recognize the member for the 2nd District, just to clarify, the Premier and I did have a discussion. I can't speak to whether the Premier has requested a separate opinion, but based on our discussion, an opinion was requested by myself to the Attorney General. So I just want to state that clearly, but I can't say if he had requested something separately. Okay, I now recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to support the leader opposition and the other members of the opposition, member for the 6th and member for the 8th, to not delay the formation of the Public Accounts Committee, Madam Speaker, because the Public Accounts Committee is basically the committee that holds the government to account. It is the committee that has been established to call witnesses, to go through and investigate matters that affect the country and its spending. Is a committee, Madam Speaker, that I have been appointed to previously and have served on. It's a committee that I have also had opportunities to further my educational training through the Parliamentary Association, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Madam Speaker, to know the importance. And Madam Speaker, I must say, I do agree with the last statement of the Deputy Premier. We need to get on with it and form this committee, because it is not now that the Honorable Premier and his government knew that they were in a conundrum. They knew about this one 2 months ago when it first came up. And we went through the exercise and we went through the discussions that from 2015, just as pertained when we formed and had members appointed or wanted to appoint members as Deputy Speaker. It was moved by the Premier, to appoint one of his junior ministers, seconded by the Deputy Premier, and then we found in that very first sitting where we were all being called to serve officially in this capacity as members of the House, that the move, which was seconded by the Deputy Premier, could not work because the Constitution stated that no minister, junior or otherwise, according to the amendments in 2015, could serve as Deputy Speaker. And Madam Speaker, the same pertains here. So there is, in my mind, no gray area. There's no thing to be going back and forth about. I don't even understand where the term of grandstanding committee, Madam Speaker. This is how we are a house of laws, and we should all be governed by the laws of this house. The leader of opposition put it clearly and states the simple solution: to have a member from the government side representing on the PAC, which is not abnormal, is to disappoint one of his members or ministers. That is not something to hold the country hostage for, or hold the advancement of the committee hostage for. Madam Speaker, I believe the work, if we're talking about good governance, if we're talking about accountability, if we're talking about transparency, if we're talking about all the things, even going back, and I don't like to give too much credit to Hickenbottom, but in that very COI report, Madam Chair, one of the recommendations coming out of the COI report was the importance of the Public Accounts Committee and its function. The gospel according to Hickenbottom, okay. But if in fact this committee, Madam Speaker, given all that pertains, given all the commitments that we have made, is to function and function effectively and efficiently, Madam Speaker, the government has a decision to make. I understand and I respect the position, Madam Speaker, because this is indeed your house, of the legal opinion being requested. But the committee has up to 7 members. Based on what I see before, based on what I see before us right now, there will be currently 6 members and room for 1 from the government side. So I don't see the difficulty, Madam Speaker. What I see is the room for the Premier and his government to make a decision, because you can't want to have all. Your cake and eat it too. You can't have all. We're talking about moving this institution ahead. We're talking about building it, and we're talking about ensuring, Madam Speaker, that we are advancing the causes of our Constitution. You can't get caught up on something like this because you're quote unquote in a difficult situation and you want to make all people happy and then turn around and talk about moving towards self-determination. These are the difficult decisions that must be made. And Madam Speaker, I believe the Premier needs to make this decision, but I believe the Public Accounts Committee and the members that have been agreed upon thus far, with the addition of whomever the Premier would have once they are minister or carry that title, will be able to continue. But I support the leader opposition and I stand with the members on this side of the opposition, Madam Speaker, because it is in fact the right thing to do, and we cannot continue to delay and play this game of cat and mouse, and the people have work for us to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Any other member wish to debate? If not, I'll ask the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition is correct. He said exactly what he stood up and said in debate to me. But, Madam Speaker, even though it might sound like it, I don't take, and no disrespect to them, the members of the opposition as authorities on this particular matter. A matter of law, I rely on my lawyer, which is the Attorney General and her chambers, to be able to provide an opinion. And if the Attorney General's chambers comes back and says to me exactly what the members of the opposition said is correct, I accept it. I accept it, and we'll have no choice but, of course, to do as they say. If we want someone to serve in the PAC, etc., we'll have to do what needs to be done for that to happen. So I accept fully what the Attorney General's Chamber's advice will provide. But just for clarity, Madam Speaker, I went through all the sections myself. You will not find a section in this constitutional amendment that says that a junior minister is considered to be a minister for the purposes of any committee of the House. You will not find that. It says it, you are correct, as it pertains to the Speaker, the Deputy Speaker, and it says it in a number of other instances. But for the purposes of a committee in the House, you're not going to see that junior minister is to be considered minister. You're just not going to find it. And I've learned from listening to the Attorney General and her chambers, that law is something that is very specific. So if you don't want junior ministers to serve in the Public Accounts Committee, it should be written there. It should be written there. And this was amended in 2016 and 2019 and 2020. So we had opportunity to say explicitly that in this instance, ministers includes junior ministers. And it does not do that. So, Madam Speaker, I stand by the withdrawal of the motion. And Madam Speaker, I'll be happy to bring this matter back at the next sitting. I'll be happy to have the next sitting as early as possible, so that the work of the Public Accounts Committee can begin. That is no challenge, Madam Speaker.
A point of
information, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, how long will it take the Attorney General Chambers to? How long will it take the Attorney General Chambers to get this opinion?
Honorable, I can't say how long. I was told that I should receive it shortly. So I can't give you a definite time period.
Madam, can we call a recess until?
A recess until the opinion is rendered?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I would prefer for us to move forward with the withdrawal, because of course I would need time to properly consider whatever opinion comes forward. So I would prefer to withdraw, and we can bring it back at a subsequent sitting, Madam Speaker. That would be my preference.
Let me just take a short recess. Just a short recess. This House has now resumed its sitting. Okay. Thank you, honorable members. I note that the leader of the opposition has requested a recess until the opinion is rendered. I do not believe that I will accede to that request, as there are other committees that we need to form that can be dealt with. So there's currently a motion. I would say let the motion proceed as is for a decision to be taken by the members, and then we continue with the business of the day. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded for the removal of the resolution relating to the Public Accounts Committee. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? No. At this time, I believe it would be prudent for the clerk to do a division of votes.
Madam Speaker, Honorable Dr. Kyle Dawson, member for the 1st District. Honorable Shari B. De Castro. Honorable Julian Fraser, member for the 3rd District. Honorable Stacy Mather, MBE, territorial member. Honorable Marlon A. Penn, member for the 8th District. No. Honorable Kai M. Reimer, member for the 5th District. Honorable Ronnie W. Skelton, territorial member.
No.
Honorable Lana G. Smith, OBE, territorial member.
Yes.
Honorable Luce Hodge Smith, member for the 4th District.
Yes.
Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull, member for the 2nd District.
No.
Honorable Myron V. Walwin, member for the 6th District.
No.
Honorable Dr. Natalia D. Whitley, member for the 7th District.
Yes.
Honorable Vincent O. Whitley, member for the 9th District.
Yes.
Thank you. The decision is we have. I'm sorry. We have 5 yeas, 4 noes. Based on the majority, the motion has been passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to assure the members of the House that we are going to come back very quickly to form a Public Accounts Committee with another motion to form a Public Accounts Committee so that the important work of this committee can get moving. And that's my pledge, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move the following motion. Whereas it is provided under Standing Order 72-1C that there shall be a standing select committee known as the Services Committee. Whereas it is also provided under Standing Order 72 that the standing select committee shall be nominated by the Speaker as soon as may be practicable after the beginning of each House of Assembly, and the Speaker has done so. Whereas it is further provided under Standing Order 72, as read with Standing Order 75, that the Standing Select Committee shall consist of not more than 7 members and not less than 5 members, inclusive of the member who is the chairman thereof. Whereas it is provided in Standing Order 75-2 that the minister in charge of arranging the business of the House shall be a member and the chairman of the Services Committee. And whereas the functions of the committee are to consider and advise the Speaker on all matters connected with the comfort and convenience of members of the House, and from time to time report to the House its minutes of proceedings, and further, that in so doing the Services Committee shall exercise all the powers thereunto enabling. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands that the following shall be members of the Services Committee and perform the functions aforesaid: Honorable Dr. Natalio D. Wheatley, Chairman; Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley; Honorable Luce D. Hodge Smith; Honorable Ronnie W. Skelton; Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, the floor is now open for debate. If there is no debate, I'll call on the Premier to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the members of the House for their support. Of course, we want to ensure that all of these committees are able to meet and deliberate. In the past, of course, some of the committees have not been that active, but certainly those under my remit and the other committees, we would hope would be much more active. And of course, any matters as it pertains to the comfort and convenience of members of the House, this committee is responsible for that. So I thank the members for their support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move the following motion. Whereas it is provided under Standing Order 72-1D that there shall be a standing select committee known as the Committee of Privileges. Whereas it is also provided under Standing Order 72-2 that the standing select committee shall be nominated by the Speaker as soon as may be practicable after the beginning of each House of Assembly, and the Speaker has done so. Whereas it is further provided under Standing Order 72, as read with Standing Order 76, that a standing select committee shall consist of not more than 7 and not less than 5 members, inclusive of the member who is chairman thereof. Whereas it is provided in Standing Order 76-2 that the Speaker shall be a member and the chairman of the Committee of Privileges. And whereas the functions of the committee are to consider any matters affecting the power and privileges of the House and to report thereon to the House, and in so doing the committee shall exercise all the powers thereunto enabling. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands that the following shall be members of the Committee of Privileges and perform the functions aforesaid: Honorable Corin George Massicat, Chairman; Honorable Shari B. DeCastro; Honorable Lorna G. Smith, OBE; Honorable Julian Fraser, RA; Honorable Marlon A. Penn; Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. Not into debate? My apologies. It seemed like as though I went straight to the motion. So let me open the floor for debate. Any member wish to debate? If not, then I'll call on the Premier to wrap up. I believe that's exactly why I went straight to the motion.
Madam Speaker, I thank the members for their support. Of course, the Committee of Privileges, of course, deals with what, when it comes to a member of the House, what type of benefits, what type of powers, what type of privileges members of the House have. And it's an important thing, Madam Speaker, because while for some reason sometimes we want to devalue the position of a legislator, this is the highest lawmaking body of the land. And of course, not for any individual person, but really as it pertains to the office itself, it carries a certain level of respect. And of course, and there are powers that come with the position. And I think it's fitting, as would be the case in any other place in the world. So, of course, it's a committee that has very important work to ensure that current members, former members are taken care of in a way and regarded in a way that reflects, you know, the values of this burgeoning nation. So I thank the members for the support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, I'll put the question. A motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I call upon the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move a motion. I rise to move the following motion. Whereas it is provided under Standing Order 72-1B that there shall be a standing select committee known as the Standing Orders Committee. Whereas it is also provided under Standing Order 72 that the Standing Select Committee shall be nominated by the Speaker as soon as may be practicable after the beginning of each House of Assembly, and the Speaker has done so. Whereas it is further provided under Standing Order 72 as read with Standing Order 74 that the Standing Select Committee shall consist of not more than 7 members and not less than 5 members, inclusive of the member who is chairman thereof. Whereas it is provided in Standing Order 74-2 that a minister shall be a member and the chairman of the Standing Orders Committee, and whereas the functions of the committee are to consider and report on all such matters relating to the standing orders as may be referred to it by the House, and in so doing exercise all the powers thereunto enabling. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands that the following shall be members of the Standing Orders Committee and perform the functions aforesaid. Honorable Kai M. Reimer, Chairman. Honorable Dr. Natalia D. Wheatley. Honorable Dr. Carol Dawson. Honorable Luce D. Hod-Smith. Honorable Ronnie W. Skelton. Honorable Julian Fraser, R.A. Honorable Stacey Mather, MBE. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker?
A quick point of information, Madam Speaker. In keeping with the proportional representation based on party affiliation, there's nobody here representing the National Democratic Party. We still very much exist, and Perhaps if I could be considered as a member to join the Standing Order Committee.
Madam Speaker, I see that we have 2 members of the PVIM. So, as they are very caring and they work together as opposition, I think that they should consider, Madam Speaker, giving one of those members of the PVIM to the National Democratic Party, because there used to be one party at one point, Madam Speaker. So I don't think it should be a challenge.
Yes. Yeah, yes, Honorable.
On the committee, Madam Speaker, the Standing Orders Committee, you have 4 government members, you have 2 PVIM, you have the Honorable Julian Fraser, but there's no member from the NDP. So to be proportionately, one of the government members must come off. It's simple, 3-2, 1-1.
Well, Honorable Member, based on the standing order, it's for the Speaker to nominate. So I think I'll take some time, go through, and then I will nominate members. And then it'll be for you members to make a decision based on my nomination.
Okay, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so we'll recess. This House now resumes its sitting. Okay, I believe before we took the recess, a motion for an amendment was moved. Yes. Can I have a second for that motion? Thank you. Yes, just bear with me, please. Okay, honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded for a balance of the Standing Orders Committee. Based on that amendment, the proposal of names for that committee is as follows: Honorable Kai M. Reimer as the chairman, Honorable Dr. Natalio D. Wheatley, Honorable Dr. Carl Dawson, Honorable Ronnie W. Skelton, Honorable Julian Fraser, and Honorable Myron Walwin. Those are the proposed names. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. She's out, yes. Now that the amendment has been passed, I believe the floor was still, I think members still wish to debate. If not, then I'll call on the Premier to wrap up. Premier?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that you handled that matter with fairness. And even though I lost a member off of the Standing Orders Committee, I'm happy that I have my good friends in the opposition and all the various factions represented. And we can get on with the very important business of making sure the Standing Orders is fit for purpose and accomplishes what we needed to accomplish on behalf of the good people of the Virgin Islands. So I'm grateful for the members' support. I'm grateful that we could resolve that little difference that we had there. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very happy for this committee to move forward with its important work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded for the formation of the Standing Orders Committee. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. The motion is passed. Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Sorry. Item number 8, 2 private members' business. Item number 9, other business.
Thank you. I'm sure members wish to speak on the other business. So I'll just put a time limit of 20 minutes per member. Any member wish to speak on the other business? If no member wish to speak, then I'll call on the Premier. I recognize the leader of the opposition, Honorable Ronnie Skelton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I know when I finish speaking, everybody gonna want to talk. Madam Speaker, there are a couple of things that are troubling me. And when I finish, if the government can put my mind and the people's mind out there at risk, I'll be very happy. Madam Speaker, it has to do with insurance. It has to do with banking. It has to do a little bit about water and sewage. And it has to do with customs and clearance. Madam Speaker, insurance in this country needs addressing. Exactly how to address it, it needs a committee, it needs some set of people that needs to address insurance in this country. I know we have the FSC that regulates insurance company, but I am talking about on the consumer side. Madam Speaker, I am worried that especially retirees in this country are going to take one house insurance, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, house insurance has quadrupled in this country. Madam Speaker, house insurance went from $5,000 a month to $20-something thousand, maybe $5,000 a year to $20-something thousand a year. Madam Speaker, people who are retirees and still have a mortgage, and the banks are demanding that they insure their property. How could they afford, how could they have that level of disposable income to cover this increase in premium? Madam Speaker, I don't know what can be done, and I am hearing discussions because I do try to pick up information from the Bahamas, from the different countries, what insurance companies are doing. And I even read an article where they intend to drop hurricane insurance from your policy. Madam Speaker, if this is so, all the gains that our people have made over the years in building homes for themselves and so forth and so on, we're going to be going backward. Young people who are of house building age will not be able to build a house in this country. This is serious business. I don't know what the solution to it is, but there must be a solution. In every problem, my engineering tells me there are solutions to every problem. And we need to find a solution to this. I don't know what it is. I don't know, in the United States, and they are in difficulties right now because it seems every state is being flooded out and they have flood insurance. So I don't know what the real solution is. With global warming and all of these things that are attacking us, I even don't want to say government should get involved. And I don't know if there's any other solution. But Madam Speaker, this is troubling. And on top of this, on top of these huge costs in insurance, and life insurance is another issue. To me, life insurance, from my experience, is a Ponzi scheme. People can say you mustn't put it that way, Ronnie, but behind the closed doors, they're saying it. Those who know about insurance are saying it behind closed doors. But so since I have this space where I can be discriminated against easily, I need to say this. Because, Madam Speaker, before I go on life insurance, let me finish the house insurance part of it. Madam Speaker, I don't know, with all of this global warming, and there's a global warming trust fund, something needs to happen to home insurance in this country. Because the people can pay the insurance, home insurance. We had a flood, we had 2 hurricanes, we had pandemic. Madam Speaker, these costs, I guess, cause insurance to rise, but it also put people out of business. It put people to have more expenditure than they will have normally had. The banks, those people who are in the tourism sector, who have properties and who have businesses in these sectors. Madam Speaker, these people could not afford to cover their bank loans and their insurance premiums because of the government closed down the country. They had no choice. So here it is now, when you think the banks will have been more favorable to the people instead, basically we're writing the loans. We're writing who requests the loans to be written. Madam Speaker, if I had a loan for the last 15 years, and I am down to 7 years, but I run into trouble because of the pandemic, hurricanes and so forth and so on, cannot pay my thing, my business can't keep up. The banks will sell my business to somebody and give them a 15-year mortgage for the same property. So why not rewrite the loan? Why can't they do these things? Administer your responsible banking. We need to, this is serious, this is not joke. And if you look in the country, there is nothing really happening. So the banks are demanding that these people pay up and stuff. But the people are willing to pay if they can get a reorganization of their debt. They're willing to pay. Nobody wants to lose their property. So, Madam Speaker, this is serious. And when I get to 10 minutes, please let me know so I could speed up. This is serious, Madam Speaker. People are hurting. Don't believe it's just the ordinary person who living in their cars. They're more than hurting. But if some of these businesses fail, it put more people to live in cars. We cannot afford to go backward anymore. We have to find solutions. When we were just dealing with PAC might come up with some ideas to help the government to move forward, because I don't think PAC is meant to be destructive, but to make sure government get ideas and to move the country forward. The country needs to get up. Madam Speaker, the other issue is life insurance. I pay life insurance from 1981. This is for our young people. Young? Yeah. I hit 65 and my life insurance doubled. I hit 62, it doubled again. And when you look at the numbers, where am I going to get that disposable income to pay for life insurance premium? So they're telling me, drop this stuff. You're then dead before you get to 65. So there's no more benefit for you. That's basically what they're saying. It's a Ponzi scheme. hoping that you don't die. So, Madam Speaker, all of these things need to be looked at. We taking premiums under false pretense. You know, and these are real, this is real situations I'm giving you, Madam Speaker. This is not hearsay. These things are real. They need to be addressed. So, Madam Speaker, all of these things are linked to insurance in banking in this country.
10 minutes.
Banking, Madam Speaker, I asked the Premier for the total deposits in banks and how much money they have. We got so much money, we don't know what to do with it. But one of the questions the government should go and ask these banks, where are they loaning this money to? Is it in BVI or is it out of BVI? Madam Speaker, in most of the banks in this country today, and I'm sure the Minister responsible for bank will get up and say so, that the majority, 99% of them are post offices. They only have clerks and stuff in doing the paperwork here. There's no real decision-making process going on in the majority of the banks here. Madam Speaker, our country seems to be going to be in a position where it's being left unbanked that there's such a thing. We need to have discussions. We need to find out what is happening. Some of us are doing well, some of us are catching hell. I apologize, Madam Speaker, that's unparliamentary. You know, so we need to pay attention to these things. Premier, Minister, please, before it's too late, you have people in the tourism business out there, restaurants, hotels, guest houses, who are not doing well. They have loans at the banks are calling for their monies. They're willing to restructure, they're willing to do all sorts of stuff, but the banks is not hearing it, they send it to their attorneys, so the only people who are making money in bad times and good times are their attorneys. Am I right, Madam Madam Speaker? Thank you. Madam Speaker, the other point I want to make is customs. Madam Speaker, I don't know what happened. You're hearing all kind of stuff on the street. But the business is, and I don't know if you heard it, the business is it's taking longer and longer to get your goods out of customs. It takes nearly 5 days now to get anything out of customs. And they're going through caps and whatever process they have. And it's hurting businesses. I don't know what the reason is, but this is what I'm hearing. I am not in a position to really find out what the reasons are. But I hope that ministers will be able to assist us in getting answers to why, you know, in big countries, you go to big countries, before a container or before goods reach a port, it's already cleared and leaving the port. And we have just a small port here, and the businesses are complaining that the containers are on the dock for 4 or 5 days, no fault it is. Can't get their paperwork through. You know, I don't know if some of this could be made up to an extent, but I don't think all of these people who are talking to me about the importation of goods is making this story up. So, Madam Speaker, I would like the government, the minister responsible for customs, to look into these matters to make the systems more efficient. We need to bring a level of efficiency back into customs. Yes, Madam Speaker, if you want to correct every single thing that is right, that is wrong, there is a price to pay for it. there is only one place that probably you can go and everything is right, and it's not on this earth. It's not. So, Madam Speaker, if we want the businesses, because things are difficult out there. Those of us who are in business and those of us who are doing some of this stuff, it's difficult out there. On top of that, the government is demanding all of their revenue. You know, if you owe government, you must pay. If you don't pay, they charge you late fees and penalties. But the government owing you for 90 days and 120 days, and you can't put no late fees and penalties on the government. Those things are wrong. We need to correct those stuff. Madam Speaker, the last point is, I got 2 more minutes? Actually. My last point is water and sewage, Madam Speaker. I know we've been talking about water and sewage for quite a bit, you know. But Madam Speaker, to spend $22 million a year on water, you only collect 4 or 5. And it ain't just happening. It ain't just you guys. It ain't just this. But you are in the position to correct it. Madam Speaker, to pay for $22 million for water a year, and farmers and whatever, whoever Paraquita Bay is boiling for water, you can give them the water for free because you're paying for it anyway. If you can't get it in the system to homes and to whatever you need to get it to, and you're paying $22 million, it's better to grow a tomato or a yam or tanya or something with it. Or at least there's a benefit. But if you have to pay this money, because that's the contract, then, Madam Speaker, this water should be used for something. Washing the pigs, making sure the goats get water. We get more pigs and fatter goats, no? Yes, they do. So, Madam Speaker, the government needs to narrow the gap between what they pay and what they collect. It has to be. If you have if you narrow the gap to $10 million, 10 years, that's $50 million. That's how simple the mathematics is. So whatever monies we have to borrow to fix this problem, we need to do it. We need to stop wasting time and do it. Because the savings are too massive for us not to do it. If this was a business decision out there in the private sector, this is a simple business decision. Madam Speaker, all I can say is, you know, those wisdom and learning and that kind of stuff, you have to listen to people who probably went ahead of you. And all of this only could come with time. I had the time to do some of this stuff. So I can tell you, if you borrow this money to fix this problem, this gap, from $5 to $22 million, it's a simple solution. And you will keep more monies in the coffers. If we grow more pigs and we feed fatter cows, fatter whatever, grow more tomatoes, lettuce. So, Madam Speaker, it's important for us to get this economy moving. All of this is linked to one simple thing: get the economy moving. Madam, with those few words, I'll take my seat.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I recognize the member for the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am grateful for this opportunity to be able to speak to the people of the Virgin Islands, and more importantly, the people of the second district who gave me this opportunity to represent their concerns and be their voice. So I do not take it for granted, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, over the last week, the week that ended on September 9th being Virgo season, it's a very special day. But during that week, Madam Speaker, starting from the Saturday before, we had a cleanup in the community of Spooners, and I want to thank the people of that community for their commitment to and all persons that came out, and we cleaned the roadsides, cut the bush, and cleaned up a lot of the rubbish and trash that was dumped there in that community. And previous to that, we did one 3 weeks before in King Garden Bay from bridge to bridge with the community there. And Madam Speaker, there are going to be a host of other community cleanups or community service type projects within the district, because I believe it is extremely important to keep the people of your community involved. We cannot, nor will we wait for government to do everything for us. So it is a way for our community, so that when we welcome guests, that they can be pleased and we can even be proud of what we're presenting. And Madam Speaker, going from Monday to Thursday, so September, I think it was the 4th or the 5th, we had a series of community meetings from Bruce Bay to Mayor's area to Just Van Dyke on the Wednesday. On a Thursday, we ended in the King Garden Bay area. That meeting had to be rescheduled due to the House sitting finishing a little later, so we rescheduled that meeting. But Madam Speaker, coming out of the community, there were a number of things that were discussed, and even before I get in at the House of Assembly back in June, Madam Speaker, I was sent to this house on assignment by the people who elected me to be here. And Madam Speaker, we were able to receive some of the answers to the questions, but I haven't received all. And Madam Speaker, I just want to draw attention to Standing Order. The Standing Orders, which states 18.2, that a written reply to each question shall be read by the minister to whom the question is put, and a copy of the reply shall be handed out to each member of the House. Madam Speaker, I can receive before this sitting finishes, by the time you say sitting adjourned, I will receive all answers to all the people of the second district. Madam Speaker, we started those meetings in the Bruce Bay. And just as the leaders of opposition said, there are a number of areas of concern that came up and continue to come up. The Bruce Bay bathroom. I would like to know what is happening with that bathroom. That became a political football. I was accused of asking for more money to spend on a bathroom that I had no responsibility for except requesting it on behalf of the people. So I would like to know to the one now when we would have that bathroom open for the good people of Bruce Bay. There's an issue in terms of, I see some, and I heard coming down this morning on the radio that the asphalt plant has been commissioned. The Premier were there pushing buttons. I hope you push all the right buttons, Premier. Because on Sunday, I saw some guys in a 3-yard truck down in the area of King Garden Bay, raking some asphalt out of it. Looked a little cool. It didn't look like it didn't look like if we're going to do it, Premier, we gotta make it make sense, because it's gonna cost us something. But I'm grateful that some of the potholes that in that luxurious district of the second started to be filled. And I know when the minister come back, he will want to jump up and prance up on that, but we need a full overlay of those roads. Madam Speaker, there's an issue in the Bruce Bay community regarding the enforcement of laws, and it goes across the board for the four. Bruce Bay, King Adam, Just Van Dyke, and Mayors all have this issue with litter. We have legislation in place, Minister for Health. At one point we had litter wardens, and you had a penalty fine for $500, but people continue to dump their trash all over the place. Madam Speaker, this kind of thing has to stop. And it's not just trash like bottle and cup and can. Even the truck drivers, 3-yard truck, 20-yard truck. Madam Speaker, I have some areas up in the second district that where the Adina Donovan home was supposed to be built, I cleaned up that area 3 times. And people are getting hired to do jobs, to truck out dirt and material, and they're going up on that site and just dumping it there, Madam Speaker, and getting paid. And then when it's not those truck drivers, then you have people who going to dump washer and dryer and fridge and stove and bed and that kind of thing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have to do better. And that's spoon all. And then you go down and by Diamond, where I have a basketball court that started from 2012. I can't get it finished premier. I need some help with the basketball court in Diamond Estate. So they get a foundation, they go dump it there and then take it back up. My Jesus, it's still there. And then it became a dumping site. But Madam Speaker, what is even more atrocious than that is now some of these people are taking the waste that people are paying them $300 and $400 and $500 for and looking for a clean side of the road and just dumping it over the hill on people's land. This kind of thing have to stop, Madam Speaker. But if we don't have the enforcement of the laws, if we don't have the people enforcing, the authorities have the power to enforce these laws, then we're going to have a situation that you're going to hear we have a campaign or a war on illegal dumping. Foolishness. Madam Speaker, this is our country, and we have to take more pride in it. Madam Speaker, water all around, from Bruce Bay to Just Van Dyke to King Yarnum to Mayors, water is an issue. We learned that there were money spent for meters and pipes. I said it, Madam Speaker, when we were having that discussion. I too am sick of having a conversation, and it's not pointing fingers, but I'm sick of having a conversation, Madam Speaker, about $22 to $24 million being spent a year on water, and we're collecting just under $5 million. We've been having this conversation for 8 years. Madam Speaker, there just needs to be, we know some of these pipes have been there from the inception of time. Some of the same pipes with the pressure continue to bust up, and you're digging up the road, and you're digging up the road. People still ain't getting water. People who have paid and applied and paid money for meter, and some people, Madam Speaker, even getting billed for air. There's only air coming through the pipe, then you're getting billed. Madam Speaker, we have to address this issue. It's no longer okay to Just Van Dyke. I asked the Premier some questions regarding the ports building and the use of those buildings, so I'm hoping that I'll be able to get those answers, Premier, so that I can report to the people, because I haven't got your answers yet, sir. But there's 2 docks on Just Van Dyke, Madam Speaker, that can be utilized. And the suggestion from the community stated it's easy to use the dock right outside the Albert E. Chenery building that was commissioned, and we spent close to $1 million+ on, that we could use that for the day trippers and the sailboats coming in there. Have officers from Customs and Immigration clear them there and let the ferries, both the Just Van Dyke ferry, the aquatics, the Romneys and the St. John Ferry come there and deal with the international travelers as well and have a freer flow, which would also engage the taxi drivers, Madam Speaker, to be able to do further tours and earn more revenue so that they could see more of the island of Just Van Dyke. Madam Speaker, these are simple solutions that we have, and these come from within the community. Another one, Madam Speaker, is the road infrastructure on Just Van Dyke. Outside of some of the preliminary works, I would call it, that were done, the road from Foxy's leading to Dog Hole, which is now stopped right before the school, but because of all the construction with the school, I believe, and I hope once the school is now open, I believe the end date is October now, Madam Speaker, that we can complete that road from Foxy's to Dog Hole. I've been asking about that road since 2016. There was 600 budgeted in 2016 for that road. The minister stated we've completed $271,000 off that road. We still got another set of 400 and something odd feet, maybe 1,000 feet to go. Madam Speaker, we have to do that. This tourism we're talking about, this is people where they live in. When it rains over there, Madam Speaker, you know the flooding that happens. So we changed the school to the hillside to prevent flooding, but now we have another issue because you have the clinic there, Minister of Health. And once that's flooded, nobody could access care, and that is the only healthcare facility on the island of Just Van Dyke. That attention is needed there. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to be able to cover everything, but I just want to ensure street lights. There are areas in our community, Madam Speaker. Before I go to street lights, Madam Speaker, I don't know what's going on in this country. But from, I think about July 1st to last night, there have been a set of fireworks going on in my community. And no matching lighting to light them, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there is something that must be done to curtail the illegal entry of firearms in this country. Madam Speaker, I sat on my bed last night with my wife and my daughter, and I hear a machine let off. Madam Speaker, according to what he names it, from and more frequently. And then what is surprising, the chat that I have in King Garden Bay, the chat that I have in the Mayor's Chalwell area, Porson, some Carrot Bay, they heard the same thing. Madam Speaker, it is becoming frightening to live in this country because you don't know what's going on. That cannot be the norm, and it cannot be accepted as a norm. Because when you hear the gunshots, Madam Speaker, usually what happens after that, something go on and then we lose another young life. Broad day, all in night, it don't matter, Madam Speaker, we're losing our young people to gun violence. And the underworld, because we are seemingly not being aggressive enough to address or arrest it, is almost becoming a norm, like it's okay. And we just go to a funeral and we just say condolences to this family and condolences to that family and then hope that everything is all right. Madam Speaker, these are things that are affecting and changing this community that we love and care for, called the BVI. Madam Speaker, there's a number of areas in the community that need street lights, and I'll be writing to the relevant ministers. But one of the things that I want to speak to, Madam Speaker, is on behalf of the people that sent me here, I've been instructed and I'm carrying out those wishes. So I am been instructed from the Premier to all ministers, a letter from me as this representative, to meet with you to discuss areas of concern within the community. I don't expect that everything will be addressed, but I do hope and pray that the areas that we know will be addressed immediately. But Madam Speaker, people are living in dire situations and difficulties. It's okay to talk about consumer protection. And I brought it up when we were doing it then. But Madam Speaker, there has to be some measure, and the Minister of Finance is not here, but I know the Deputy is here. She's right across from me. She's listening to me very keenly. It's one thing to have a consumer protection, but if you don't have a price index, if you don't have something to keep it balanced too, then everybody's going to continue to increase their costs. Everybody's going to continue to, 2 more minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. You're not the speaker, sir. You're the member for the night. Everybody's going to continue to increase their price. The land is going to, cost of goods and services continue to go up, and it is going to continue to go on unless we address it and do something, including an interjection of some sort from the. Our seniors are not able to afford just to barely live, Madam Speaker. These are things that we have to address. Mothers and parents with children, young children, can't afford. So these are some of the things that I want us, some of the basic needs that concern us in this territory. Madam Speaker, I want to give condolences to the people of my community that have lost loved ones, those that are dealing with different illnesses and sicknesses. I also want to extend my prayers to them and God's blessings on them to give them strength as they go through the difficulties. And Madam Speaker, as I always do, I also want to celebrate the young persons, not only in the 2nd District, but I want to celebrate the young persons and young professionals in our community who are taking that calculate, achieving their dreams and not afraid to fail, Madam Speaker. Persons like Demoy Hodge and Adeja Hodge and Kyron McMaster on the athletic side, Madam Speaker. In the business side, we have a number of young persons that are going out and making their mark in this territory. And Madam Speaker, I just ask that as we, as the servant leaders in this territory, try our best to represent their concerns, Madam Speaker, that they don't lose hope, that they continue to understand that, but this BVI is not going to go anywhere if we don't have them involved and we don't have them actively, their confidence that they have placed in me. And I thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development, Honorable Vincent Wheatley.
To the nation, and in particular my district, under any other business. I think it's been a while since we have actually done any other business. As people gave us and I was going to ask if I could get 40 minutes. Because there used to be 2 of us in the house speaking for my district, now there's only 1. So I think I need to speak double. But nonetheless, Madam Speaker, I want to first bring condolences to all the families who have lost loved ones in my district. Madam Speaker, I particularly think of Mr. Wilford, who was buried, a dear friend from my childhood, last weekend, and even as we mourned Mr. Wilford, Suzanne, buried this weekend, and sincere condolences to the families. I have 3 persons in my district who are over the age of 100. And on this Friday, Madam Speaker, I'll be visiting all the centenarians in the territory, living in the territory of time, and I think there are 6 members. So it'll be right, and out of those 6, half of them live in my district. It's a healthy place to live, I guess. This year we had Miss Louisa George, I think it was April 5th, and it wasn't completed, but the steels remain in the road. Very, very dangerous to pedestrians, drivers, persons on scooter. And the guys have complained for years about this thing, for years. Finally got through to get action on it. and I was told a PO was raised for somebody in the garden to carry out the works. And to this day, the work, I was surprised to hear that they haven't started on the work. I said, well, what is the problem? Well, the person got a PO, why haven't they started? This something has been a problem year after year. We're so close to a solution. Then I was told, I saw some pictures yesterday morning of the Enegada playground cycle. We're going to the budget cycle. There are more roads through Enegada. I saw some pictures yesterday morning of the Enegada playground. I don't think it's been officially dedicated, but I saw a bunch of children in the playground. Oh, they look so happy in there. On their swings, and the picnic tables, they're on the little slides. That's good. And I must thank the RD for bringing that through, because you can't have people in the BVI feeling like, let's say, left out, stepchildren on the back burner. And I must commend the Deputy Premier for seeing the need to go to Enegada and have meetings, meet the people, and to Vojangada, and to have office hours on Vojangada, and soon Enegada too. And I want to encourage all other ministers and members to go to the Sister Islands. You can't have what people saying that their own election time, the CIO, they ain't vote for me alone, they vote for 5 of us. And they want to see 5 of us. And some of them saying they ain't seen you lately. But yeah, I have a lot of work to do, a lot of catching up to do on things. It'll be over soon. But we have to make our presence felt on the Sister Islands. And Madam Speaker, as we approach the budget, we have to talk about Gun Creek. We're sitting there for a while now. Let's get our services going in Gun Creek. Let's make this happen. We have to make people feel like we are indeed one BVI. And the same thing applies to lights and so forth. The public officers know we need, because we say it year after year. Let's get on with this thing. Let's not have us here beating our heads against the wall all the time and not feeling as if we're not getting any place of it. We had a crisis, people. Madam Speaker, I was asked a question on here. During the last thing I think about dialysis and dialysis machines and all sort of things. I gave the people I read on the boat with them. Some of them, they ride my vehicle from the dock to the dialysis unit. I sit in there with them, Madam Speaker. I have discussion with the technicians, the nurses, the patients. So I understand this. And Madam Speaker, I know for a fact, I'm totally convinced we must have a second dialysis unit someplace. And I think Vojangada is the ideal place. We have the space for it. Might not be at the same level of the one down here, but Madam Speaker, think about it. We have another person on dialysis, and it's trending upwards. And we only have one spot where we can do that. I saw, it was scary the most in the States a few weeks ago. When there's one hospital, the generator didn't kick in. They had to take everybody out of the hospital and put them on a boat to save their lives. I'm not saying it could happen here like that, but what if it happens here? No one place could get this treatment. One. What if that place, for God forbid, whatever happens, should fail? So we have to look at redundancy and contingency. Because they're going to justify all the reasons why we shouldn't do it, you know. Oh, it costs us, it costs us. I'm not going to put no price on nobody's life. If we can do something to save lives and make life more comfortable, that we will do. You know, speaking about talking about dialysis, and it's good to have the machine, but during the year when I'm chairman of the ministers, of ministers, one of the things we must focus on is preventative medicine, prevention. Yes, we're going to build the units. We have to make sure that we're doing all we can to make sure a person don't need to use them. Prevention is better than cure, old people used to say. And Madam Speaker, while I'm talking about dialysis, I must commend the acting CEO and the whole team for achieving what must have been an next to an impossible task, achieving accreditation for the Dr. D. Orlando Hospital. Madam Speaker, that's no easy feat, you know. That's a significant, thank you members, that's a significant achievement for the BVI. This thing has some really far-reaching implications for accessing funding, accessing help, accessing this and that and the other, far-reaching implications. I'll expand more, Madam Speaker, a little later on. This is huge. And it's something worthy of rejoicing about for this territory to have achieved that. I saw one story, you see, we're the first in the Caribbean. I don't know that that is true, but I did see a story this morning saying so. And we must commend the hard-working folks at the hospital, the nurses, doctors, technicians, everybody. We must make sure our healthcare is second to none. No matter where you are in the beat, get access to healthcare, the level of healthcare, the services of healthcare. That'll be my goal, Madam Speaker, to change all of that. Keeping our people healthy is so important. I'm going to jump from hospital straight to the prison. Because that too, I'm part responsible for. Madam Speaker, I'm good on time?
Yeah.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, yes, there are persons in prison, and some have done some heinous crimes, really bad crimes. But Madam Speaker, they're still humans, and we have to respect their human rights and dignity, and do all that we can to make the prison experience as humane as we possibly can. Madam Speaker, I visited prison, I think more than any other Minister of Health in recent times. Because personal for me with some of the persons in prison, some are family, persons have taken to school and fed, some people I've worked with, some are children of people I work with and know. So Madam Speaker, I take a positive interest in making sure that we upgrade the prison to the best we can, make sure we bring in, I call it rehabilitation programs, and that I intend to do more and more, whether it be the culinary arts, woodwork, the welding, you name it, whatever we can do to help out the persons that they reintegrate into society. That, Madam Speaker, I am prepared to do. Madam Speaker, we started the derelict car removals, and that will continue. The barge should be here now. So we're going to pick up the pace of getting this territory cleaned up. Madam Speaker, we are tourism. We are beautiful, and we are all about tourism. And we got to get this place cleaned up. The Deputy Premier has been saying it in the campaign trail, and she's still saying it. We got to get all those old cars out and all those old boats and things out of this territory. We have to clean up the place. We're going to remain competitive in the tourism industry, Madam Speaker. We have to clean this place up. When I'm talking about tourism and things that take too long, the visitor center at Chelas Bay, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I drive through, I go to Chelas Bay almost every day. And you see people when it's raining or drizzling, there's no place to go. Madam Speaker, this has been talking about them for years. Let us get on with it. Why it isn't that so necessary for our tourism product must take years and excuse after excuse and one thing after the other. Let's get a visitor center built. Persons going to Virgin Gorda, Guana, Scrub, you name it. This trail is a bit out of the pass through. It's a disgrace sometimes for the pass through it. And see, you know, we can do better than that. We can do better than that. We can do better. And we must do better than that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to commend it. Because Virgin Gorda basketball is different to Tortola. I want to commend the Virgin Gorda Summer Jam Committee for opening Summer Jam last weekend. Basketball in Tortola is basketball, but on Virgin Gorda, basketball is life. It's where families come together, friends come together, vendors come together, and it's a community. And it's a ball game. It's a community affair when it comes to Summer Jam. And you see, the league is dragged out late this year for a reason not of their own fault. This league should have started a long time ago. And you must let things flow during the time they're supposed to flow. It ain't gonna happen again to where Summer Jam starts in Hamas in winter. This Summer Jam is called Summer Jam for a reason. It brings business to the island during the slow season. All the car rentals, the restaurants, the hotels, the schools, everybody full for Summer Jam. Because everybody coming to Virgin to have a good time. Get some good local food. You meet all your friends there. People doing seniors. It meets people there at Summer Jam. Madam Speaker, I commend the committee for doing that. Madam Speaker, something was mentioned earlier, I think by the member for the leader of the opposition, about businesses who are here because they're resilient. Madam Speaker, we have a fundamental thing that we must address. And I'm not sure that the Business Bureau is the answer to it. Maybe part of the answer. What he says is absolutely correct. Some businesses that are existing, and regardless of why they exist, we know why they exist because we don't have any protection for businesses in this country. We don't have, like the states, we have bankruptcy protection, where businesses should be allowed to fail, but start back. In the states, we have Chapter 13. So these businesses who run into trouble, there are businesses here who are running who can't support themselves. That's why they end up not paying NHI, Social Security, or anything. Even if they don't want to do it, the businesses are not profitable. they're not making the money they need to sustain themselves, but they can't go to business. Sometimes pride, I think they said pride, because your pride, you want to say, but I don't want to tell them about no, I gone bankrupt. But you're bankrupt. You are bankrupt and you're putting other people's life in danger now. Well, we have to put something in place to where these owners have some place to go to say, you know what, but I made some bad decision or the hurricane, whatever the reason is, I need to close down this chapter here, move over here and start back afresh. It's like states, the business in the states, in other countries that have business protection laws. They protect the business owner from lawsuits and this and that. They close down. Madam Speaker, I know business owners who had businesses during hurricane, before the hurricane, sorry. And the hurricane came and destroyed the business. But those persons might have just bought inventory from Rotom Wholesale, from Bobby's, from Tico. They want their money. They don't care that your business is gone, wiped out. What do? You know, got to try and look at a job. But that job you're looking in for you. It's to pay them vendors who you owe when your business is operating. And Social Security and NHI, they may have pretend like you're dead, like you're dead. Because they want their money too. So you walk in to pay everything you owe. Because we have no business protection laws in this country. And it's causing a big problem. Until we fix that, so the Business Bureau might be an option to bring some relief somewhere along the line. But we have to look deeper at some business protection. Now, Speaker, when a worker is going to tell you they're working every week and they see deduction from NHI, then they get sick and they got NHI, oh, sorry, your carry ain't working. That is wrong. That is wrong. You don't put that person in danger. If anything happens to them on their job or in their life, they have no coverage. They have no coverage. And it's because the business want to be worthless in most cases, but because the protection it keeps them in this downward spiral. We got to find a way to get them out of it. Madam Speaker, schools are open now, and I must thank the Education Department in some cases or partners who partner with the Education Department to make sure all the schools, see my time is winding down, make sure all the schools in my district are pretty much taken care of and are well set for the children. It didn't happen with education alone. The education along with the partners, I think Northsong Foundation did a lot of work at Robinson O'Neill. The department did work at Claudia Crickey, and I also did work at the foundation, Siboney, and the PTA and the parents worked on Brigada Flats primary and secondary, where they came into the school on the weekend. Fathers, mothers, lions, everybody cleaned and painted the school. And I think we must take pride. We must take pride in our communities. And that's why very soon, I've had meetings in all areas of my district since I've been elected. I'm going to be introducing Adopt a Street program soon. Because we want to make sure when the season comes in, we have Americans bringing people in, they don't come and wonder what kind of place we live in, but the place is kept clean. So we're asking businesses and nonprofits to work with me, and let's figure out a street where you can adapt, it will be a very long area, and keep the place looking pristine, even beautified in some cases, the best we can. We know the issue with animals sometimes coming around and destroying our floors. Madam Speaker, I want to wish all the new principals, Kima Powell, Ms. Marshall, and so forth in my district, a good school year. All the children are safe and happy school year. I want to thank the people in my district who continually call me, pray with me, pray for me, send me WhatsApp messages, and so forth. All my church families that I spend time with, all the encouraging words that persons say to me. So it's a very challenging job, a very challenging time for most persons. And we must remember all the persons out there who are going through very, very challenging times. We must all come together here to figure out, like they asked for us to make the lives of them and the country better. And that's what I think we all, me in particular, aspire to do, to make the lives of the people in my district better, working with the public sector, the elected officials, and the private sector together. Madam Speaker, with those few words there, I think my 20 minutes is up. If you've gotten a few extra minutes, which I thank you for, Madam Speaker. I shall now take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the member for the 6th District, Honorable Myron Walwin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak for 20 minutes under other business. Madam Speaker, I want to certainly start first by thanking again the very good people of District 6 for the confidence that they've reposed in me to represent them in the Fifth House of Assembly. It is a responsibility I take very seriously, and I want to reassure them again that I will do my utmost to make life better for every single person in District 6, whether they voted for me or not. Madam Speaker, I'd also like to extend condolences to the families that have lost loved ones. We had a number of deaths in the district, even one as recent as a few days ago. And I'd like to extend my condolences to those persons that lost loved ones in the district and also throughout the territory. Madam Speaker, my heart is heavy for these Virgin Islands. Very heavy. I see a country, Madam Speaker, that could be so much better than it is. A country that has been blessed to have two economic pillars. Most countries in the Caribbean have one. A country that has a relatively small landmass, relatively small population. And I think this is not politics, it's not blaming anybody in particular. But I think when you look at the resources that we have vis-a-vis the landmass and the population size, quality of life should really be a lot better in the Virgin Islands. I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, about the state of the economy. Nothing is happening out there. You see it, you touch it, you feel it. Nothing is happening. People are having a very, very difficult time. I asked a few questions earlier in the sitting, some of them surrounding tourism industry, to try to understand what sort of inward investment we had coming into the country. And the responses were not encouraging. Because the reality is, even though, yes, financial services is the main, provides more money in terms of the government's coffers, when you talk about contribution to the economy, you're really talking about the tourism industry. And if we don't have that moving in the way it should be moving, it's going to affect what is happening in households here. When I asked about new developments, couldn't get an answer. But when you look around at some of the other countries in the Caribbean, you see them doing marvelous things. I was just reading just the other day, I saw that Jamaica for 2023, 2024, will be adding another 8,000 hotel rooms to what they have existing over the next 2 to 5 years, really. They expect over the next 5 to 10 to add another 15 to 20,000 rooms. So from now over the next 10 years, you're looking at inward investment for them to be about $4 or $5 billion. You see Sandals opening up a beaches resort in St. Vincent. Intercontinental is opening up in Dominica. Antigua has new hotels coming all the time. And we have nothing. You drive across Prospect Reef and you can't even see Prospect Reef no more. The bush cover it up. What are we doing? Because if we are not staying on top of these things, and this is not politics, this is life, people are having a very difficult time surviving in the BVI, and I'm not sure if we are fully understanding what is happening. That's why, for instance, Madam Speaker, I speak about the Business Bureau all the time, and the importance to get the businesses the support that they need, because it is tied to the economy and quality of life in the country. If businesses are on better footing, if they can get access to funding, capital, and assistance, then they can hire more people, pay people higher wages, and things can get better in the country. But none of these things, Madam Speaker, seem to be happening. I mentioned this morning, for instance, the issue of housing. I said that people were living in their cars. And I saw one or two members chuckle. But that is the reality. That is the reality. I know a number of persons in District 6 who are living out of their cars. Those of us who have district offices, I could bet you one of the things that people come to you about constantly is not being able to pay their rent. And it is tied to the economy and tied to the point that Albert Skelton was trying to raise. When the insurance companies increase their premium, and I'm sure they're having their issues because they have their umbrella companies and so on that they have to work with. So I don't think that they're doing it of their own. But when your insurance goes up by $15,000 a year, and you have an apartment building, you have to put that on the rent. So here you are, people who are already not doing well, and now the apartment, they have not seen any remarkable change or improvement in the apartment, but your landlord is telling you, I have to put on $300 more on your rent. That is the reality of what is happening in the BVI. People are homeless. I had a lady the other day come to me, and she put it good, and she put it to me properly. She said to me, Myron, I am losing my apartment, but people who are refugees coming in could afford to go Casa Maria and stay down there. The government could pay for them and feed them, and I house and I have nowhere. When they put them in that kind of context, you have to understand what it is. There are some urgent issues that we have to address. Housing is one of them. We have to find a way. We don't want to use the word low income, but we have to find a way to get affordable housing in this country for young people, for old people. When I say to you, my heart is troubled, Madam Speaker, my heart is extremely troubled. Extremely troubled for this country because I don't see us going where we have the potential to go. I don't see it. You have situations right now, for instance, where people come to your district office. So you have an office now so they can come. But the reality that all of us face right now is that when people come to our offices, we are of very little help to them. That is the reality. People come to you for little opportunities, a little training opportunity to do a little course. You can't help them. Somebody comes, they're hungry right away. Social development tries their best. You can't help them. And we have to find a way to provide that assistance that people need. Yes, we had some challenges with the district allocation. Yes, it was abused. It wasn't handled properly. That's the truth. But that is no reason to stop the whole process from going along. You're going to have people in any system that will do things that they're being on a call doing, deal with the situations as they arise. If you have to audit that money every single month to make sure that it goes where it needs to go, audit it every single month. But to take away that discretionary assistance that was so helpful to so many people, the people who are suffering the most are the people who didn't do anything wrong. You had some people who got the money. You saw the audit report, who had no call getting the money. But the real people who need that assistance did nothing wrong. Why are they made to suffer? Not doing anything wrong. You basically can't help anybody. And it is something, Madam Speaker, that we have to certainly pay some attention to. Water in this country. Major problem. Major problem. After 7 o'clock in certain areas, you can't get any water. I understand having major problems. in Virgin Gorda. The people from District 6, they put me up, calling me now in District 6 over the water issue. People cannot bathe after 7 o'clock. It is a serious matter. Whatever the issues are, let us get them addressed. The member for the 8th raised the matter the other day. The people who are working for water and sewage are complaining they can't get paid. You call them when the pipe bursts on a weekend, they can't come out on a weekend because they're not getting any weekend pay. So what they do, they come, they shut off the water for a whole weekend, the whole community don't have any water. In the BVI in the 21st century. How can that be? How can that be? How can we accept that? We have to do better than what we're doing. There's a lot of work that we have to do, Madam Speaker. The roads, the state of the roads. Yes, I saw asphalt plant come there, but it's not the first time we had asphalt plants here. The infrastructure of the country is failing. I don't want to be the voice of doom and gloom, but Madam Speaker, the state of affairs in the BVI is not good. The use of water, even at Paraquita Bay. I had a lady that came to me, I had to call the Junior Minister of Agriculture. I tried to call the Premier, but he didn't answer me. He didn't even call me back. Because I really wanted to put it to him and put it to him very strongly on behalf of that lady. The lady came to see me about the situation at Paraquita Bay. You are telling people you're encouraging agriculture, and the people cannot get water, simple water to water their crops? Are we serious? You have 2 streams of water lines going into Paraquita Bay. You have the one coming from the road, you have the one coming over the hill. The people over the hill who are in the upper part of Paraquita Bay have not gotten water for a month. How are they to produce any crops? This goes straight to their very livelihood. The woman showed me some eggplant. Suppose you see the eggplant face. I don't know who can buy that. But you're going straight to the heart of how that person makes a living. This is serious stuff. This is serious stuff. And we got to get up and do some work. I am willing to assist. The same way we form these committees in here, let us form some committees. Because the reality is, I don't know if all the competencies exist within the government to get some of these things done. I don't know. But reach across the aisles and speak to people who have done these things. Let us work together to help the country. Because right now the country is impotent. Nothing is happening. I heard the Premier read out a set of money the other day when he was asked a question. Look, money, but you can't get any out. And people are starving in the BVI. So, Madam Speaker, that's what I mean when I say that my heart is heavy. Because I just can't come and speak about District 6 alone, because all the issues are connected in the very same way. But that don't mean I can't speak about District 6, because I have to say some things about it. I took the time, Madam Speaker, about a month ago, and I drove around the district, all over, with a little camera, and I took some pictures of the failing infrastructure. Every pothole, every cliff, roads collapsing, and I formed a catalog that I sent to the Ministry of Communication and Works and to Public Works to try to make life easier for them, because so that they can, so they don't know where the issues are in the district. And I hope very soon that I can get some attention to that. Lights again in the district. I went around with Electricity Corporation, try to get some traffic, some street lights done up in the district. They know the locations that need to be done. I want to encourage them to try to get those things done as quickly as possible. There's a road in Bogus Bay, just behind the Millicent Mercer Recreational Facilities, Madam Speaker, that collapsed since 2017. The people who live on that hill have to park on the flat and walk, including a dialysis station. I've been asking consistently about this contract. Where is the contract? Why is it the road has not been done? And I'm told that they can't get the contract out of the AG chambers. That's what I was told. That is what was said to me. And I don't know who is responsible. I don't know whether it's the AG or whether it's the Minister for Communication and Works, or whatever it is. I want to be able to see that project started so that that road in Bogus Bay can be completed. Madam Speaker, there's one last point on the tourism front that I forgot to mention, and then the member for the ninth will have to thank me for that. Virgin Gorda is one of those, is a gem in our crown for tourism. And we are proud to say that. You have flights coming from American Airlines. People are going to Trellis Bay. When you get to Trellis Bay, what do you get? You're under a tree sitting down. Why can't we build something similar to what is there at Peter Island, at the dock? So that the tourists and the locals, because it's raining today, you could imagine the state of affairs up there. And I'm saying these are simple little things that we could have been doing. The cost of that facility up at Trellis Bay wouldn't cost $250,000. It wouldn't cost us that. But what are we, it raises a question as to what are we doing? What are our plans? Because we don't seem to be getting even the simplest of things done. Why are tourists and locals sitting in Trellis Bay when the sun comes, it burn them, when the rain comes, it wet them? How can we feel good about that? Where's our pride? So, Madam Speaker, I don't want to sound like a person of doom and gloom, but I am troubled. I'm troubled, and I want to be able to say to the government that if you need any assistance at all, anything that I can do, and I'm sure the same goes for any of the members of the opposition, that we are willing to work along with you to improve the lives of people in this country, because things, I don't know how many y'all travel around into the very inner areas, but things are not good with people. And we have to work together to try to make it better. With those few words, I thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for a chance to speak today.
Thank you, Honourable Member. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Premier, Honourable Lorna Smith.
I thank you, Madam Speaker. And I do drive around, walk around, and I do have to agree with the member from the 6th that all is not well in the British Virgin Islands, and there is a lot to be done. And I cannot disagree with a number of the points that he made. I would like to say, Madam Speaker, however, that I have a natural sense of optimism that things are going to get better. For instance, Madam Speaker, on Friday, I went to Peter Island very early in the morning, and I am not going to steal the thunder of the Minister of Tourism or whoever is going to talk about it, but I was delighted with what I saw. We are, for the first time, I don't think they will mind my saying this, for the first time, we are going to be able to accommodate large conferences. There is going to be, for instance, a 300 capacity conference room on Peter Island, together with many other amenities which you'll be pleased with. But I'm not the Minister of Tourism, so let me not talk about tourism. But I just wanted to talk about my optimism. Madam Speaker, I want to respond to some of the points that the Leader of the Opposition made, but because I only have 20 minutes, let me speak about what I want to speak about first. Yes, I started my office hours, as I call them, and I started on Virgin Gorda. And I would urge my at-large colleagues to do similarly. The people who voted for them want to see them. It is not just that whether they are on opposition or on government, the people, government side, the people of the BVI voted for them and they want to see them. The other thing is that the subjects may not necessarily pertain to, in fact, using my own example, people came to see me to talk about land issues. Land issues come under the Premier's office, Premier's ministry. People came to see me about water, all kinds of things. Water comes under the Minister of Communications. But people want to see us as their representatives, and I was very pleased to go there. Starting with the water issue, which I believe the Honorable member for the 9th forgot to mention. He ran out of time because he spent so much time on other things. But that was a matter that came up while I was on Virgin Gorda. And I immediately called the minister and said, we as a government need to try to solve this issue. And the grass did not grow under his feet. By Monday, we had a meeting with the producer, with the general manager of the water and sewerage, I think that's what he's called, with the ministry, with the minister who is traveling on business, and I believe that we have made considerable progress with that matter. One of the things, and I had to leave for another meeting, but one of the things that was accepted is that there is the need for greater capacity production or whatever it is. So I urge my colleagues to go out to the sister islands and throughout the territory. Another matter that came up while I was on Virgin Gorda was the matter of several labor issues. And I would like to encourage members of the public not to be afraid to go and visit the Labor Department or to ring up the Labor Department with issues. For instance, people work for 40 hours, in excess of 40 hours, and they really do not know what their rights are. For instance, I don't want to speak out of turn, but for instance, if you are not a supervisor and you work beyond 40 hours, in most instances, you should be entitled to overtime and that sort of thing. People need to bring up the Labor Department. What I would like to do and what I expect to do in the upcoming budget is to make sure that there is a person that people can call at the Labor Department to respond to these issues. People are also very often afraid to speak because of fear of, retribution, whatever it is. But they ought not to be, because the Labor Department is there to protect employers and employees alike. The point made by the Leader of the Opposition about fees that to be paid to government also came up, and sometimes the difficulty that people experience in paying these fees. In the one instance, it was a chicken and egg situation. It wasn't pigs and so on. It was a chicken and egg situation. They could not get the person could not get a particular license until they had paid these fees. So as a government, we have to find a way to respond to the people of the British Virgin Islands, to help them as much as we can, or to the extent that we are able. The other point I want to speak to, Madam Speaker, is I want to correct a misconception that I have heard both in this House and elsewhere. And it in essence suggests that the financial services industry is, if you want to call it emasculating, if you want to call it making it very difficult for the local businesses to thrive because of the high cost of compliance. I'm talking about companies that choose to want to incorporate as businesses. Madam Speaker, I recognize the importance of the financial services. I recognize the very large contribution that it makes, and if you'll bear with me, I just want to speak to a couple of numbers. I'll just read them. That the financial services generates $776 million of gross value added, which is 57% of the territory's total. And it contributes $246 million in taxes and in fees. But we also recognize, as has been said by both the member for the 6th and the member for the 9th, we must be very, very cognizant of and very supportive of our business, our small and medium-sized enterprises. I talked ad nauseum about the fact that I have been in every district talking about business development. And I really only raise it again in the context of the fact that of the 200 or so businessmen and women that I met with, none of them brought up the issue of the high cost of incorporating or what have you. I'm not saying it's not an issue, but it wasn't their issue of those that I met with. But I am here to make sure that the people of the BVI, those who are here and those who are coming to invest, that they have it easier, they have a good experience in establishing their businesses. And so, Madam Speaker, I recognize that the cost of compliance in the financial services industry is high, and therefore I am looking at other solutions for those persons, BVI companies that want to incorporate a cheaper, a less expensive, a more cost-effective way, let's put it that way, of them doing so. And I will say, Madam Speaker, well, I can't say to you stay tuned, but I'll be back with it very shortly. Madam Speaker, thirdly, a question that the member from the 6th asked 2 weeks ago, whenever we had the last question and answer period, may have been last week, a question on differently abled people. I don't know whether it's because it touches me in a very personal way or I am impacted in a personal way. I don't think it's that. I've always been very interested in differently abled people. And the question he asked, I believe, was whether the government was committed, and it was a question he asked of the Premier, the government was committed to having a differently abled person in each office, so to speak. Madam Speaker, I certainly hope that we as a government, and I'm sure the member himself would be able to accommodate such people. We should be able to accommodate such persons. they want to make a contribution, they should be able to make a contribution. They may not think like us, they don't see things like us, but they are people with the will to contribute, and we should accommodate them in whatever way that we can. And certainly in my office, when I get one, I can commit to having my permanent secretary make sure that we have, you know, one such person. Right now, I'm working with a particular young man. I don't think he would mind if I called his name. His name is Joel. He is not necessarily differently abled. I think he's more of a paraplegic, can't walk. And he wants to write. He wants to learn to write. And Madam Speaker, if any of my colleagues, and I accept your offer certainly of working together and helping, but certainly if you know of somebody who can help to teach this young man, I would be very appreciative. The person I reached out to said that her hands are full. So I can't, I have to look elsewhere. Certainly, the member for the 9th, his point about prisoners and the importance of rehabilitation of prisoners is very important. We have to make sure when these people come back into the society that they don't really just rotate back into the prison by helping them. And now, Madam Speaker, to some of the points that the Leader of the Opposition made. I agree with him on the insurance issue, that there is a need to establish some kind of, I hate to talk about a committee, but for want of a better phrase, some kind of group to look at the consumer side of insurance. And it is a fact that the cost of insurance has quadrupled. I have spoken, Madam Speaker, to persons I know in the industry about the reason for this. And it may not be a satisfactory answer, but this is the answer I'm getting. And that it has to do with the constant disasters that have been happening since about 2017, right through until a couple of weeks ago. And so this is causing the premiums to rise. I also heard from, I also read the same story that the Leader of the Opposition saw about the fact that the major insurance companies plan to pull out or not offer insurance for disasters. I did ask again one insurance company whether this was so, and he said it wasn't. But whether or not, the point is true that the costs have gone up exponentially and beyond what people can afford in the British Virgin Islands. And therefore, I accept the suggestion that we need to put together a group to really look at how this can be helped, or how people can be helped in the BVI community. In terms of banking, I have been meeting with the Bankers Association. I have had 2 meetings with them, and I'm hoping to have another meeting with them in October. Now, I'm not just meeting with them for meeting's sake. I feel that we have gotten to a point where if we want decisions taken, Madam Speaker, we are going to have the decision makers from the banks come to the BVI. And it's a point I will be making to them. I'm not saying that they are not decision makers here, but where they are not decision makers, we must have them come. Because this whole issue, the Leader of the Opposition asked me a question about the huge deposits compared to loans that were being given at the banks. And the banks, we would like for the banks to be more generous, if I may put it that way, in terms of the loans that they give, as well as the point he made in relation to banks repossessing and, you know, giving advantageous arrangements to other people. But it's certainly, Leader of the Opposition, a point that I will raise with them. I also support the points, Madam Speaker, made by the members from the 2nd and 9th District about the deplorable condition in which, and of course the member from the 6th, the deplorable condition in which this country continues to be. Again, though, I am an optimist. Not just I'm an optimist, the government has met with the solid waste department and the Premier, what's that group? The rated program, the heads of the rated program, to try and bring the persons that can be had under the rated program, to try to get the country cleaned up. We have to clean it up for ourselves and for our visitors. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that that has started. It's going to take us a couple of weeks. I saw some rain falling outside. We all want the rain, but I think there is, you know, there is a start to get the country cleaned up. And speaking of water, again, I have been so used to the not having water that when I get it, I'm surprised. I'm being honest. When I get it, I'm shocked. I'm pleasantly surprised. Of course, I run for the hose and do what I can with it. But we have to do something about our water situation. Madam Speaker, I know my 20 minutes is up, but I just want to say, oh, I have 2 more minutes. Good, thank you. Madam Speaker, I also want to celebrate the accomplishments of our young people. Those whom the member for the 2nd mentioned, together with those who are unsung and those who stay here and work and ambitious. I want to see more of them involved in business. I want to see more of them involved even in the work of government. There was one young man who I met on Virgin Gorda during my office hours. I was very impressed with him. He's somebody whom I've always seen on social media, but I've never met him. I was very impressed with him. He's a serious farmer, by the way, Honorable Dawson, and really wants us to assist him with turning his farming into business. And I have given my word that I would. Finally, Madam Speaker, I didn't get a chance to express my sadness because I think I was out of the room then, but I do so now over, yes, all of the recent losses that we've had, but especially to my colleague, former colleague, Ron Donovan, who passed probably two weekends ago. As I said to my colleagues, he's somebody whom I've always been very proud of because of his work ethic, his hard work, his knowledge about the shipping. It's a huge loss to the territory. It's a huge hole that is left, and I express my sympathy to his family and his friends and those who loved him. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. At this time, I recognize the Junior Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries, Honorable Carl Dawson.
Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to just say a few words on the conclusion of this sitting. I must say that I do associate with a lot of the comments the pain that people are feeling in a number of our areas are being felt across the territory. As the leader of the opposition has said, a number of the issues are not new, but it is for us, the government perhaps more so, but all of us in this House to address them. And outright, I will then say that I thank all members for the spirit of collaboration that I've experienced in the time that I've spent here. Some of the issues that are near and dear to the heart of the people who sent me here from the 1st District require that I work closely, for instance, with the Minister of Health when it comes to health-related issues and especially related to waste management. On the issue of water, must work closely with my good colleague, Honorable Reimer, and it goes on. And the collaboration and the support even from the other side of the aisle, whether it's a quick call or a word of advice, have been welcome as well. The Deputy Premier mentioned her pride, as others did, in various young persons, especially in our territory, whether they are hitting the front page of the newspaper, as my colleague from the 2nd would say, oh boy, Demoy, and others. I'll even mention my nephew, Kenneth Dawson, who along with Demoy Hodge, another Demoy Hodge actually, and Mr. Christopher, I think it is, have served on, were members of the UK baseball team. Mercer, Reandre Mercer was a member, were members of the UK soft baseball team. So very proud of them all. But I was also proud this summer, as some of us had the opportunity to see some young people in action through the efforts of the Solid Waste Department, where they encouraged all of us to form teams of 10. And I don't mind saying, Madam Speaker, that our team was a really solid team. Out there, 7 o'clock in the morning, rain or shine. They were not running. They had good supervision, and they accomplished much. They did a lot of cleaning. We did some replanting in the area of the Leonora Devils Primary School, and perhaps significantly, we did clearing of a historical site in Carrot Bay. But I would hasten to say that that project in particular is one of the reasons that I'm most proud to be the representative for the 1st District, because I am seeing and have seen a spirit of community, in what we do there. So in addition to the 10 young people who work hard, there was a team from Thatch Island, Blue Ocean Thatch Island, who came and did a lot of the heavy lifting. And I've seen right now as we speak, I'm happy to be in the House, but I would be rather to be at the Towers this evening as we welcome home one of our residents, an elderly man who has been in hospital for several months. And a team from the community has been preparing his place for him to stay, so he has a place to come and be comfortable. So I'm very proud that businesses, individuals, organization, community groups are coming together in the 1st District to make things happen. They did so with the popular Cultural Thursdays activities, which return on October 5th. So members, you're cordially invited to attend. And we are seeing that spirit of community and doing things for ourselves. But as I say that, I also hasten to say that government ourselves, we have responsibilities in these areas too. While I love the community cleanup, the cleanup of the community cleanup is a piece, but it's not the solution. That we must consistently keep our country clean. The entire territory, but especially those of us who are more focused on tourism activities, I would dare say, that there is even a greater urgency in my view. I mentioned the Cultural Thursdays in Carrot Bay. We, of course, have it for as local, but we see it as something that will attract tourists as well, and the place must look ready. It must look ready to receive our visitors. So again, I'll be working closely with colleagues, because as any issues to be fixed in this territory, as I keep emphasizing that we are to fix it. When we consider even the matters that arose out of the Commission of Inquiry, and when we consider the actions taken by the government of the day, given the situation at the time, I think that even in retrospect, anything you do, you review and you say that perhaps we ought to approach certain things a little bit differently, and we are the ones to do it. We are the ones to say, guess what? That perhaps even we have the spirit of the financial protocols. We want to ensure proper government spending. We want to ensure that every dollar is spent properly. But at the same time, it cannot impede the very sometimes simple things that need to be done to move this territory forward. We have, in fact, set a system up that sort of make it almost like a three-legged race. And when you get off balance, some people, it is tending to fall down. But what I'm saying is, brothers and sisters in the House, Madam Speaker, it's not simply for us to complain. We are the House, we are the government, and it is for us to come up with strategies to fix it. That is our responsibility. That is why we are here. And the context in which we will be able to fix it, Madam Speaker, I must say that the context that we must be able to fix it are within our rules, our laws, and within our Constitution. And I'd like to encourage members of the House, I'd like to encourage the members of the public to pay keen attention to what has been happening. We have had opportunities for input in the constitutional review. There are still things to come. It will be debated here in this House. There'll be opportunities, even if persons who have not gone before the commission to make a submission, Madam Speaker, they will be able to make a submission to us, to their 13 voices that are here, so that when that time comes, we'll continue to speak what we believe is good and right for the future of this territory. I've made no secret of saying, Madam Speaker, that I believe that we are definitely in a pre-independence phase, that we are now preparing to be an autonomous country. Yes, the battle has to be fought. We have to make sure that it is what people want, but we must prepare for it in any case. Because that preparation that will strengthen our systems, that preparation that will strengthen our ways of determining things with our economy, that is going to allow us to govern better, to ensure the checks and balances, those things that have to be put in place will be good for us one way or the other. But I believe that it's absolutely necessary for what is to come next here in these Virgin Islands. I mentioned my good friend and colleague from the 9th District and his work as far as waste management is concerned. And it will always be something, Madam Speaker, that I will come back to. You know where I live, in the West. So when the smoke rises, it falls someplace. And it's worse for my neighbors that are in the hills. Depending on the wind, it shifts over to Carrot Bay. There's hardly an area in our district that is not affected. So I encourage the minister with the efforts that they have been doing. But I also want to encourage the territory that the solution is not simply bigger and better incinerators. We've been saying it time and time again. Madam Speaker, that we will need a mind shift among all of us in the territory. Madam Speaker, I have already started to hint at what should happen in the House, because we should lead the way. Because right now, there are some practices, Madam Speaker, that I believe that we should change. If we're going to go out, certainly I will go out and preach the gospel of recycling and all these things. I ought to be doing it myself. Composting, all the construction waste that is going the wrong place, all the organic matter that we are burning when they could be used elsewhere. Madam Speaker, it is not something for the few. It has to be the mindset of all of us in the territory, a total shift. And who better to lead the people than the persons who they have elected? So I encourage my colleagues, Madam Speaker, in leading in this way. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned that the issues that need to be fixed and that we must fix, there have been some matters, Madam Speaker, that have been in place for a very long time. And it was mentioned earlier in this sitting, in this session today, the question of government pensions. Because as part of our solutions, we have to be looking at where are the leaks, where can there be greater efficiencies, and where can we put things in place that are better for the people, the workers, as well better for the funding sources of the territory. Madam Speaker, I remember in 1995 or 96, when I served on the college's board as the faculty representative, Madam Speaker, we were trying to get a pension scheme going, and we were told, don't do it yet for the college because the government is coming with one just now. 1995, Madam Speaker, that contributory scheme was on the table. So, Madam Speaker, I would love to know, having that knowledge that I'll be a part of the government, this team BVI that sits in this house, Madam Speaker, that makes a difference and makes a change in that area. That is something that we can aim for, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we have our troubles and we have our joys, they will be with us. And we'll either celebrate or we may even grieve. But within my district, Madam Speaker, I'd like to just recognize and offer words of condolences to some who have lost loved ones very recently. My good colleague, the Deputy Premier, mentioned Mr. Ronald Donovan, who is well known in my district, somebody who's always sits on his porch in the evening. You could go there and get words of wisdom from him. And he always has words of wisdom. He always has some thought, something that you should do, and take back to his days with Lavity Stout and give you the whole story, Madam Speaker. He will surely be missed. But we also had the recent passing of Minister Jackie Hart, in our district. And when we have two others who were not living here presently, but one of them, Miss Carol Forbes, a former Miss World BVI. And certainly these are persons that are younger than myself, Mr. Javon Ronan as well, who recently passed, younger persons. And I offer condolences to Healy May and Wendell, the Red Matthew, the rest of that family, and of course to Chris and all the members of that Romney family that mourn that loss. Also go back to Miss Rosanna Hodge, a matriarch in the district, and I offer condolences to all her family and friends. Madam Speaker, I'll just close by saying I came to this House because there was an opportunity to serve. I have not even get to talk about agriculture and fisheries, Mr. Walvin, and the issues that we spoke of, but those are near and dear to my heart. We've had meetings with farmers in Tortola, Virgin Gorda, and we will complete the wrongs, but not just meetings, but we will come with solutions. If there are low-hanging fruits, we'll grab those first, and then we'll continue to rise. If there's need for investment, we'll see how people can present their cases so they may be local or if needed, external investment in the sector as we seek to move it forward. But I'm pleased, Madam Speaker, I will just say finally, is to say that I do believe we have a good team of persons in the House. And I will continue to say that we have to use the talents of all for the good of all in the territory. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Any other member wish to speak? Junior Minister for Culture, Honorable Luce Hodge-Smith.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to say a few words. And I begin by stating that I am eternally grateful for the people of the 4th District that allowed me this opportunity to be their servant in this honorable House. I said it before, but I am pleased to say it again. And also, Madam Speaker, I'd like to extend my heartfelt thank you to those persons who I assume the role or carry out the role as the district representative for the 4th District, and also as the junior minister responsible for culture and tourism. It's really a heartfelt feeling when on a daily basis, or as very often you pass around, or you in your daily duties walking around or driving around the place, and persons are stopping you and giving you a word of encouragement. And it's, you know, such an encouraging word that they would want to offer to you, and it also gives you the spirit that you are in the right place at the right time to serve your people and to help to move our country forward. I'd just like to thank those persons who encourage and pray for me as I carry out these roles. In the beginning, it wasn't as easy as I thought it would be, coming from a civil servant, 25 years of service, and being on this side of the fence. It's a little different. But I am learning, and I am grateful to those in this honorable House who also encourage me. And when I ask questions, they are very eagerly giving answers to my questions so that I could get a better understanding of what it means to be in this honorable House and how to go about serving the people, not us, just of the 4th District, but the entire territory. Like my colleague on my right and those who also participated in the Department of Waste Management Summer Beautification Program, I'd also like to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank the department for having this program and sponsoring it and allowing us to afford 10 students in our districts to be part of this program. In District 4, we had 10 students, 8 boys and 2 girls, and they were able to paint the bandstand, one of our historical landmarks. They were, of course, supervised, and at the end of the program, the students were given certificates for their participation. So they spent a week in August, the 21st of August to the 25th of August, and they carried out this particular function or activity. Now, it's not just the affordable giving them the opportunity to be a part of the program, but actually participating in the program allows them to have a much better appreciation of their surroundings. I'd like to also say, Madam Speaker, that behind the scenes, things are happening for our district. And as I said earlier, a lot of questions I was asking, because things have changed. It's not the way it used to be, where you had the resources or the financial resources readily available to you to carry out duty activities in your district. So things are different. The processes are different, and you have to go through some steps in order to get things done. So it took a while for me, of course, to understand these processes, but I must say, Madam Speaker, I understand them now. And we will be sharing some information very soon about some works that are going to be taking place in the district, in District 4, some civil works and some other works that are going to be taking place. But before I can share them here this evening, they will be shared and in more detail on October 3rd, when there will be my first community meeting for the district on October 3rd at the Elmer Stout High School at 5:30 p.m. So I take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to invite persons to come to that meeting, residents, business owners to come out, persons who have a vested interest in the 4th District to come out and hear about some of the things that we have planned for the district and to give their input. There will be speakers, but of course, Madam Speaker, I have to depend heavily on other ministries and other departments to get things done. So there will be speakers from various departments in government who will come and give some information of the meetings that I've had with them, the plans that we have, so that they can have their input and say what they would like to see done in the district. And of course, for district, we have the capital, so everyone is affected. So it's not just necessarily for the 4th District representatives or businesses within the 4th District, but persons from throughout the community are welcome to attend as well. Madam Speaker, I'll be very brief. I don't plan to speak too long today, but in the future I will have more to say when things are more actioned. One of the things I'm working on, Madam Speaker, is a district office for the 4th District. And it's taken a little while to get that done, but a space has been identified, so I just want to share with the community that this is coming on board, and I hope that I will be able to announce it very soon, the opening of the District 4 office. And also, Madam Speaker, I would like to just end basically by saying that I too would like to extend my thank you to all of my colleagues here, well, those who were able to attend my Aunt Hilda's funeral, and for you, Madam Speaker, for allowing the House to start a little later so that members could attend her service. I am grateful for that, and also I believe the extended family, her immediate family, also were grateful for the opportunity for members to give their last respects to her. There are a number of social ills in our communities, not just the 4th, not just individual communities, but the communities throughout the whole. And I associate myself with those members who talked about this particular topic earlier. And that's one of my major challenges, Madam Speaker, as a representative for the 4th District, because I am approached on many occasions for assistance. And it's just a challenge for us to find ways in which to help these people, and not just to help them on a one-off, but to find ways in which to help them to sustain themselves, to afford them the opportunities to provide for themselves and their families. And I too look forward to when we can find the solutions to help these people to help themselves. There are a number of social issues, and I believe this should be our priority as a House of Assembly, all members of us, possibly come together. I think we have talked about that before. We have discussed it or even mentioned coming together as a House and deciding how we're going to collectively, collaboratively come together and find ways to help our people in these dire needs. There's so much out there, and the needs are varied. The needs are big, they're small, but the fact of the matter is the needs are there. And if one or even a small amount is in need, it's still a lot. But I agree and I support the idea of finding ways to help our people. In addition to all that has been said, I have been working with persons who are in need of jobs. I'm grateful for the rated program, and we are registering some of our folks in the district so that they too can have the opportunity to find a job, if not just for a short time, but hopefully at some point it will be a full-time job at some time in their lives. So, Madam Speaker, with all that said, I'd just like to say that I thank you so much for the opportunity to just give these brief words of updates of things that are going to be happening in the district, and looking forward to giving much more detailed reports in the future on things that will be coming forward. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. At this time, I recognize the member for the 8th District, Honorable Marlon Penn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to utilize my 20 and the 10 given by my colleague to speak on the other business this afternoon, this evening. We're well in the evening now. Madam Speaker, I promise my colleague that I'll be kind, I'll be well behaved. So I want to focus first of all. Skip, U.S. politicians said our politics is local. And I think it's important for me to focus on the local issues that affect my community and some of the ideas that we have moving forward to address those issues and the support permit that we would need from your government to get these things addressed. Before I go into those elements, I want to first of all express my condolences to the many families that have experienced loss over the past 6 months since we've been sworn in as a House of Assembly. More particularly those persons within my community. I express condolences to the member who spoke just before me on the passing of her Aunt Hilda, her friend, my friend, and her cousin Arnold Smith's mother, and PS in Premier's office, his mother as well. I want to express condolences to my colleague and her extended family. Ronald Donovan from the Caribbean community, a personal friend of mine, a colleague. His niece, Ayana, and I are personal friends. His mom, Eugenie, his sister, Eugenie, Aunt Eugenie, and all the persons associated with Ronald who have lost Ronald during this very difficult time. Ronald has been one of those steadfast public servants for many years who've given most of his life to the service of the shipping registry and building that industry in the territory. It's unfortunate he didn't live to see the transition that is happening right now with shipping registry and to be part of that process. But I know his efforts, his works will live on, and his colleagues will push forward in his memory. A young man, Ernesto McLean, who we lost as well in Eastern Norfolk just recently. We laid him to rest on Friday, 2 Fridays ago. I want to express condolences to his family and extended family. And we've lost a stalwart in our community in the person of Warren Smith, Captain Warren Smith. He's the eldest person currently Premier in the Eastern Norfolk community. I think he was 94 on the time of his passing. Had all his faculties up to the last day he drove before he got ill. He was still driving himself back and forth through the Eastern community. Someone who you would engage in conversation and could tell you about all the history of the boating in our community and a lot of the things that happen within our community. I want to express condolences to the entire Song family, Eastern Norfolk family, on the passing of Warren, and Miss Ruth Garden as well, who passed, who we later rest most recently. Also, Mr. Garden, who's here with us and passing on his family member during this very difficult time. The mother of Betito Fret and others, well-known persons within our community. Madam Speaker, we've just passed the 100-day mark in terms of this new administration, this new House of Assembly. And Madam Speaker, I'm hearing the sentiments, and there's a consistent theme in terms of the sentiments that are being expressed by members of this House from the various districts and various communities. And it's consistent because we have some challenges, Madam Speaker. While I am concerned, I too am hopeful, because at the end of the day, I have to be hopeful. As a leader of this country, we all have to be hopeful, and we have a responsibility to find ways and solutions to address the problems that our people face on a daily basis, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of solid waste throughout the territory is a vexing issue. I told someone the other day that, you know, I know when it rains, I never see it rain and garbage falls. So it has to come from somewhere, from some place or someone who's creating this challenges that we're faced within our communities, in pockets within our communities. I want to thank Director Solomon, who has stepped up to the challenge. He is mobilized and encouraged and motivated his team to try to figure out solutions to the problems that we face in terms of waste management in this territory. The derelict vehicle removal process, where it's ongoing. I know the badge minister, I haven't heard whether it should be here. Sometime it's on its way to remove many of the derelicts within the communities. I want to encourage persons to continue to report. I've been sharing around the areas and the numbers to report the derelicts within your particular area. The men are working to get those derelicts removed, tagged and removed. We have some derelicts, particularly in the park in Easton. I'm going to say it very clearly to the persons who have those derelicts within the park. They've been tagged. I see you've removed the tag from the derelict vehicle, but they will be removed from our community park. And the 2 weeks' time should be up this week, and they will be removed. Either you remove them or we will remove them and have them taken to the dump site down in Parkwood Pond. We have to do better in the way that we deal with our public facilities and shared spaces around this territory. It's becoming unbecoming of what is happening throughout all our community, and it would take an entire community effort to address these issues of derelicts, illegal dumping, and the likes. We are embarking on a program to address some of the unsightly areas in terms of the illegal dumping. We've started with some key areas from the Trailers Bay area coming into the Eastern community. Our next stop is in Greenland, and there's some particular areas of concern in Greenland, and we're going to address those areas in short order. I'm becoming increasingly concerned. There's a new trend happening right now as you come just across from Tiger's Restaurant. Around the corner, I was there Sunday playing some dominoes with the guys, and they're now dumping the garbage on the corner. Right there, just coming down instead of going to the bin, just leaving the bags right there on the corner in Greenland. I want to humbly and respectfully ask persons who are doing this to please cease and desist of that practice. What happens is that it doesn't get picked up until the next day. Then the stray animals and the dogs and the rodents will tear away the bags, and then you have garbage all littered across the community. We have to cease and desist of that practice within our community. So, Madam Speaker, you hear more from me in terms of our plans for waste management. I have a public meeting coming up shortly, and I'll announce that before I finish my presentation tonight. Madam Speaker, education. Madam Speaker, we had a series of question and answers in this House of Assembly that sort of elucidated some of the challenges that we have in some key areas in terms of our ministries. Education and the maintenance of our schools is one of those major and vexing issues that we're faced with. I was at the Whitley School on Monday speaking to the students at an assembly, and prior to that we had the House meeting where I had the questions asked and the challenges that we face with the school, and we're still in a place where we have to do better, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we had a SAP in July. supplementary appropriation where we got some over $500,000 to address the issue of maintenance in schools. It was to my shock when the member for the 6th to my left asked a question in terms of how much money was actually spent for school on maintenance. I think it was just about $8,000 was spent on the Willow Whitley Primary School, a school that houses over 150 plus students. It is unacceptable, Madam Speaker. We have to, and I said to the minister in the House question and answer segment, we need to sit down and set a plan for what are the issues, particularly with all the schools going into the budget exercises, and we have to fund this properly, Premier, to properly and systemically address the issues within our schools. It is fine to ask the public sector and private sector to assist us, but it can't be asking the private sector to assist us all the time where we have monies in a budget and we only spent $8,000 on the repairs to one of the big largest institutions in our territory. That's unacceptable. Now we as a government, and I'm speaking in a holistic sense, have to work to make sure that we create a conducive environment for both teachers and students so that they could function. We're going through some of the warmest summers in the history of this territory. In a school where we have over 12 electrical unit, AC units, just one of those units are functioning. And you saw the children in the assembly drenched in the assembly. Imagine having to go in the classroom where it's doubly, I understand, warmer than it was where we were in the assembly where a little breeze was blowing. We can't allow our children to work within an environment. The last time those AC systems was fixed was a couple years ago when I begged Al Marine, as a good corporate citizen, to help us to address those systems within the community, and we have to do better in terms of moving forward. So I'm appealing to the minister, and I apologize, the minister is not here, but I will reach out again to the minister. Let us sit down. Let us figure out a way forward. Let's set a plan. Let us get this plan funded. We're going into the budget exercises to ensure that the schools and the pressing issues within the schools are addressed, and so that the children can have a comfortable environment. Madam Speaker, the issue of Trailers Bay, that's like a dead horse. Madam Speaker, I continue to beat this dead horse about Trailers Bay. In 2016, we had funding allocated, some $250,000 through the Tourist Board. There were plans developed by a private individual in the community to build that facility, at least from a temporary point of view, to have something to facilitate the traffic back and forth in the Trailers Bay area. Tourism is our business, but we're not acting like tourism is our business. The way that we keep our communities, the way that we keep the infrastructure that supports tourism is on becoming of a country that's inviting persons to spend tens and tens of thousands of dollars to stay on our shores. It's on becoming Premier, and as a member for the 7th district, we share that district, we border, but essentially we have one community. We have to get the monies in place to address this issue. I heard the numbers read out earlier, some $8 million is in the environmental fund. Those are projects that could be used, that money could be used to address the tourism infrastructure in terms of the environmental levy. I met with the RDA, and they're saying now that they only have $125,000 of the $250,000 that was budgeted for that initiative to do the project. So the project is going nowhere, Premier, and we cannot go into another tourist season. We're now going into the off season, and nothing will be done on that project as relates to getting that project moving, and we have to do better on that moving forward. The road and water infrastructure in this territory, Speaker, you heard every member speak about those issues. If water and sewage was a business, they would have been bankrupt by now. And Speaker, if you look at the numbers, and we're being realistic, you essentially over the last 10 years have lost close to $20 million in money that you've spent on water. That's over $200 million that have virtually gone down the gut of Paraquita Bay and the guts and waterways all around this territory. I went home the other day on the weekend, left a geyser, and that's my new term for these things around the place, a geyser gushing over Spring Gut. Came back in the evening, it was still there gushing over Spring Gut. So you imagine how much thousands and tens of thousands of dollars just ran down the hill, just like that. We have to do better, and it's beyond us now. It's obvious that the problem is beyond us. We need to bite the bullet, swallow our pride, bring an expert in, spend the money is necessary to fix this problem once and for all. It's going to cost us, but it's going to be better for us in the long run. Let us move forward and get in this infrastructure. It's at a critical stage, Premier. Premier, people are telling me that they don't have water for 8 and 10 months. How can you not have water for 8 and 10 months? One day my water went off and I never went crazy. Imagine people not having water for 10 months and what they have to suffer and endure, Premier. It is difficult for people. This is at a critical stage right now where we need to find ways to address this situation of water in our country. Roads. I'm happy to see that the photo op that you had, Premier, and to see that the plant is up and running, and that's good. And we need to get on with the work of fixing the roads in this country. And we can't just continue the patch and go approach. I see we started the patch and go approach, and even the patch and go approach, even the patch and go approach, well, even the patch and go approach is going to cost us more in the long run, Premier. It is going to cost us more in the long run. We have to start strategically to look in how we're going to address the issues of road infrastructure in this country. And Premier, I don't understand it. Every time they even a patch and go exercise, they come as far as the police station and turn back. Again this weekend, they're patching. They reach as far as the police station and no further than the police station. The people of the 8th district continue to be left out. Greenland community continue to be left out. Greater Eastern area, again, the roads are not being patched. We have to do better. And my people pay taxes at a needed level of care and due care, like any other community in this territory, and this has to stop. Rated program, Premier, and clean up this country. I've expressed to you, Premier, my concern with that program and the fact that we're not getting anything going to get persons on the road and get persons working. We're almost through the end of the slow season where we're trying to get the tourism sector back up and running, and persons are going to be coming back to the territory. And we've been unable to get persons out there to work. I have persons, a list of names in there for the last 6 weeks, going on 2 months. I've expressed that to you, Premier, and I can't get a response. People can't start working. I'm not going to send persons to work unless they have a formal response from the ministry, so that we could start to do the work on the ground to clean up the community. I mean, the people in the community have this, and there's a deliberate attempt to mislead and misrepresent, that somehow the district representatives have a pot of money somewhere and we just refuse to do the work in the communities. And that's not the reality. We come to the budget process, the House passes the budget, but the ministries execute. The ministers and the ministries have to execute the elements of the budget that is important to execute the works that we need to get done on the ground in our communities. And a rated program, Premier, we have to put the proper staffing in place to make sure that program is the only game in town. If it's the only game in town, we have to treat it like the only game in town and make sure that it works. Right now, Premier is not working, at least not working for my community, because we've been able to, for the last 6 weeks, get anyone on the ground to start to do any type of cleanup based on the situation that we have ahead of us. The social issues, Madam Speaker, and give me a couple more minutes, I'll crave your indulgence, Madam Speaker. We have to get a handle on those social issues within our territory and our communities. I run a district office, and I've had one for some time now. And the myriad of issues that come there, and most of them are concerning issues of employment, issues of basically, I can't pay my rent, I don't have a job, I need food to put on the table for my family, I don't want money, if you have a voucher, to assist me with a food voucher. These are the issues that people have expressed and the concern they continue to express. So we have to find ways, and the minister has left, but the social policy that was done in the ministry, where it revised and revamped the social assistance program at the Ministry of Health and Social Development, we need to get that implemented. It was laid on the table of this House. I know the minister has been talking about a public, informal meeting on that social policy. We need to move that process forward, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in terms of district office, we are starting a program where we're going to assist persons in the community, both East End and Long Look, for those kids who are doing CXC. We have some persons that are committed to help them prep for CXC and CSEC. So I'm going to put some material out shortly on that particular program to assist those young persons within the high school system who are going to take the CSEC and CXC prep. We have a community meeting that's coming up on the 26th, Tuesday the 26th of this month. That's next Tuesday. First one is going to be at the Francis Letson Primary School in Greenland, and the second meeting is going to be at the Church of God at the top of Hope Hill. We're going to have a meeting for the Hope Hill people. The flyer is going to come out, so we're going to talk about some of the issues within the segments of the community. I'm particularly going to bring and invite the Public Works Department, invite the Solid Waste Department, and some of the other ministries to sort of answer any question specific to some of the concerns that residents might have in those particular areas. And lastly, Madam Speaker, the issue of the economy, and the member for the 6th, I think, spoke at length on that particular issue, but I believe it's one of the most pressing issues that we're faced with, Premier. We heard in the House the monies that we have in the bank accounts. What we're not seeing is the converse action on the ground in terms of getting things done within the communities. This is the first since I've been in this House over a decade that I've seen a summer has passed and not a single series of activities have happened within the communities. Whether it's clean up and the cleanup work that we normally do to get the drains properly clean and done. Just getting activity going, giving some persons some opportunities to work in the community. It's the first I've ever seen it. The businesses are coming to the office, they're saying to you, look, we're struggling. Is there any program that could assist us and support us to transition through this very difficult period? Yes, we know that the CO and all these things have happened, but we have to put programs in place that are transparent and that can work for our people. We are dropping the ball, Premier, and we have to find ways to get those programs instituted to ensure that we get the necessary support to the businesses and to struggling individuals who are looking for an opportunity within the economy. And we have to reach across the aisle to get this done if we need to have each other support each other during this process. This is not about to lay blame or to play the politics. I think the time for that will come. But right now, all our people are struggling. All our people need support. All our people need opportunities. So we have a responsibility to work collaboratively to bring those opportunities to the table and bring those opportunities to bear for our people. So, Madam Speaker, again, I want to thank the people of the 8th District for this opportunity to represent their interests, and look forward to inviting persons to a meeting on the 26th in Greenland at the Francis Letson School, and the 28th in the Hope Hill at the Church of God to have more in-depth discussion on the way forward in our plans for addressing some of the issues that we face within our community. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I recognize the Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for allowing me the opportunity to talk to the people of the Virgin Islands just for a few minutes. And I want to thank the people of the 7th District who have allowed me the opportunity to serve them and to serve this territory of the Virgin Islands. I'm forever grateful for the opportunity, forever humbled by the opportunity to serve you. Madam Speaker, I will join with the other members who offered condolences, and the member for the 8th, mentioned many of the persons, and in our community. And, we just sympathize with all of those persons who've lost loved ones. It's a very difficult experience to lose those closest to us. And we just let you know that those persons in the community who's lost loved ones, you are in our thoughts and our prayers. Madam Speaker, I too am an optimist, and we did hear some doom and gloom, Madam Speaker, and it's important for me to say that I recognize the challenges that we have, and those challenges have just not started, those challenges have existed. And I'm quite optimistic that we have a team in place who recognize those challenges and who are more than capable of addressing those challenges. In partnership and collaboration with all the members of the House, and I'm grateful that members of the House have offered their support in solving these challenges which exist. And I do think even in the opposition, we have skills, we have experience that can be helpful. And certainly it is be good for us to engage. But I'm proud of the work that the team is doing in addressing some of these long-standing challenges, the challenges that we really have met in the territory that have gone unaddressed by successive administrations. I'm very proud of the work of the Deputy Premier. And we spoke for a long time about creating a ministry for responsible for financial services, and that is paying dividends, Madam Speaker. Deputy Premier just hosted a conference for illicit finance, persons who came from near and far, and BVI has really taken a leadership role as it pertains to how we battle against illicit finance. And the Deputy Premier has been having her meetings, and she's been making sure that there's no outstanding trade license applications and work permits. I'm really proud of the work. And this is without, she would tell you, without even really having a staff and without even having a proper office space. So we know that when those things happen and she gets all the persons she needs hired, she's really going to be cooking with gas. Yes. Madam Speaker, we've made progress in a number of areas. So the Minister for Health was here, and he spoke about the progress in some of his areas. But of course, the Honorable Minister for Communications and Work is not here, and we already mentioned about the asphalt plant, Madam Speaker. And we kind of, I guess, glossed over it. Yes, we have an asphalt plant, but so and so. But it's really a big deal, Madam Speaker, that we have this asphalt plant now commissioned, because we were without an asphalt plant for some time. And we would have to buy asphalt privately, and the cost of it would only allow you to do so much. But now, with the asphalt plant, we'll be able to produce more asphalt and be able to have overlays and, yes, patching on a more frequent basis to allow our roads to be much more drivable. Because, yes, Madam Speaker, we recognize that the roads are in poor condition, but really the Minister of Communications and Works had to come in and buy all the equipment that he needed. You know, the governments who were there before did not leave him with any equipment to use. So he had to purchase all of that equipment, and it took quite a while for that equipment to get there. And as I could say, Madam Speaker, why are the roads in bad shape? And I have to continue to remind persons of this because, you know, we speak about the state of the roads, but Madam Speaker, if we had over the years built roads with drains, the roads would not be in the condition they're in, Madam Speaker. And we have to recognize that it was really this short-term thinking that has gone on for decades and decades and decades. Short-term thinking of not building drains, not building the proper drains for the roads is why the roads are in the deplorable state they're in. And of course, the floods and the hurricane did not help. So we got into a situation as a government where it's almost like you're starting from scratch. And you have to go around, you have to fix all of these roads which have been undermined for years because the roads are not constructed in a way to prevent them from being undermined. So you have literally the whole territory falling apart, roads falling apart. And then you have to try to go around and fix it with a small, very small capital budget. But those were the cards we've been dealt, Madam Speaker, and I'm not going to complain about it. We're just going to go about the work and get the job done, even though those who came before, I guess, presented us with these cards. Water, Madam Speaker. Water, what has been said about water is correct. But Madam Speaker, we have those who sit on the opposition who really have placed us in the situation we're in. Well, y'all will have to discuss that over there, but I know that on the opposition, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the opposition, Madam Speaker. And let me just say, just like I said earlier, Madam Speaker, we've had successive administrations. Virgin Islands Party, National Democratic Party. We here now, let's fix it. Let's fix it. But let's not act like the problem just popped up out of thin air, Madam Speaker. I let y'all talk. I let y'all talk. Madam Speaker, we did not have a water production problem in this territory. We did not have a water production problem in this territory. We did not. But we invested, or we signed contracts. At the time, rather than fixing the distribution problem we had, we decided that we're going to pay for 2.3 million gallons of water, whether we use it or not. Yeah, I see y'all forming all kind of coalition.
Members, let's be respectful,
all kind
members.
Of coalition over there, joining up and trying to form government together, so it couldn't be so bad, Madam Speaker. So whether we use it or not, that's in our contract. Now, perhaps rather than sign that contract, it would have been better to invest in the distribution. And now what we see now is a bunch of old, dilapidated, leaky pipes that every single day bursting. So, and I don't see any Virgin Islands Party members over in that position. But, Madam Speaker, that's why we have a water problem today. That is the direct reason why we have a water problem today. And we've had successive administrations. Since that contract was signed, we went through administration after administration, water problems still ain't solved. So we met the problem there, but Madam Speaker, we will fix the problem. And I have full confidence in the Minister of Communications and Works and his teams. He recognizes challenges, he recognizes the problem, and we're going to get the resources. We spoke about getting the funding to make it a reality. But the water problem that we had did not just come out of thin air, Madam Speaker. And I'm proud of the work that the Minister of Communications and Works is doing. And when he is provided with the loan funding, which I have tasked my team to get. And let me just say that, you know, we cannot tolerate excuses. It is this government's intention to be able to get loan funding. And certainly we have to hold all those accountable to make sure that it gets done, so we can solve these numerous challenges that we're facing in our territory. Madam Speaker, we have the situation in education. I met with the teachers on Friday, and I want to let the teachers and the administrators know that we are working on their challenges. Those buildings over there are quite hot, and of course the teachers needed some relief. And so even over the weekend we were able to get them some fans. But Madam Speaker, we have challenges, yes, but we have been able to respond to challenges in the past, and we continue to respond. For many years, the students at Jas Van Dyke had been promised a school. And very soon, Madam Speaker, we're going to see the completion of a grand facility over there at Jas Van Dyke, providing those young people a school on the hill, like the member for the 2nd District admonished me to do. And that will be a reality. We were able to do the new school buildings over there on the Lower State campus and take those young people and those teachers out of the school in Passer that was complained about bitterly. And as we know, the hurricanes destroyed most of the schools. So, Madam Speaker, while there's a lot more work to be done, work is taking place, Madam Speaker. There are things which are happening constantly. Madam Speaker, I have to recognize the Ministry of Education, and I have to recognize the Ministry of Education and Unite BVI for the work which was done at Francis Lutsum Primary School. The young people there have a brand new playground, and they even have a little half basketball court. And I was able to visit the Francis Lutsum Primary School for their opening, and it was wonderful being there with the young people ready for school. And the administration there is doing an excellent job. And I pledged to raise about $10,000 for the school, just raise it from donors. And I'm happy to report to people of Francis Lettsome, the students and the administration, that I even exceeded my goal of the $10,000 that I was raising for them, and I will come and present that check to the school very shortly. And we're going to continue to working on making improvements to the school there at Francis Lettsome. And I also want to speak to the seniors and the community members as it pertains to the Eastern Langlook Community Center, because that community center, I'm told, should be ready for us by the end of the year, if not sooner than that, because I know the seniors are very anxious to get back into the center so that they can associate with the other seniors. Madam Speaker, I want to as well give an update that very soon we're going to be signing a contract to redo the road from Paraquita Bay to Hodges Creek. We're looking forward to that. I believe that contract is just about ready from the Attorney General's chambers, and we'll be ready to do our contract signing very, very soon. Madam Speaker, water for farmers, another problem that has existed for eons, water for farmers. Madam Speaker, very soon, once we've completed a geotechnical survey, we're going to break ground on a reservoir exclusively for the farmers to solve that problem for the farmers once and for all. And we also are rehabilitating the wells. And very soon we'll be having water pumped from the wells for the farmers. Madam Speaker, I'm just going to address a couple more points and then I'll close. I was glad to hear the Deputy Premier's response to the whole question of the Leader of the Opposition's intervention as it pertains to insurance. I believe that that's a very important problem that the Leader of the Opposition has raised, and I certainly support the Deputy Premier fully as it pertains to coming up with a solution for that. I believe that if we brainstorm and put together some ideas, we can come together, but that is something that has to be addressed. As it pertains to customs, Leader Opposition brought up about customs. And customs is experiencing a challenge with the CAP system. The server needs to be replaced. And I'm about to sign a contract to replace the server because it's experiencing some challenges. So once we sign that contract, we should be seeing some improvements in that particular area. The Bruce Bay bathroom, the challenge has been electricity and water. We've been promised that that should be finished. I don't want to say it incorrectly, maybe October. But I'll continue to press on that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the rated program will soon be hiring a consultant to assist us with the program. And the program has helped many, many persons. So to say that the program is not working at all, I would not agree with that, Madam Speaker. But I would agree with the members that all aspects of the program are not working as they should, which I'm concerned as well about some aspects of the program. So we've proposed some tweaks to the program to allow it to walk better, but we'll get that done, Madam Speaker. We're going to continue to develop this unemployment program to really solve some of the challenges that we're facing. I'll just close off, Madam Speaker, just speaking a little bit about the economy, Madam Speaker. And it's important to say that our main pillars are performing well. We have tourism and we have financial services. And they are holding the strain, Madam Speaker. And the numbers will bear that out. In fact, I'm very anxious to see our third quarter numbers, because at mid-year, we were on track to get very close to 1 million passengers. Now, we've only had 1 million passengers once in the history of the Virgin Islands. That was in 2016, probably about 1.1 million. So it's not all doom and gloom in our economy. Our main pillars are performing well. As it pertains to new investments, the member for the 6th mentioned some new investments. Madam Speaker, we're going to get some of these projects done. And again, these were projects that successive administrations could have gotten done, and they didn't get done. But we're going to get it done. We had Prospect Reef. We had opportunity to get that done. That didn't get done. We're going to get a project going on Beef Island. That was there. That didn't get done. We don't need any excuses. Whether I match or I didn't match, your job was to get it done. Your job was to get it done. Whether I match or I ain't match, your job was to get it done. But we're going to get it done. We're going to get that Beef Island project done. We had a development agreement for Norman Island. That didn't get done. We're going to get it done. We're going to get those things done. That's our job, to get those things done. And you're going to see those things moving. And just like the Deputy Premier, I'm very proud of the work taking place on Peter Island. They probably have maybe like 120, 130 people walking over there. Maybe about 4 or 5 contractors over there. So some real action is taking place in Peter Island. But it's soon finished, and of course we need to get some other developments going for the economy. But what persons are noticing with the economy, Madam Speaker, is we have a new Procurement Act. We're going to have to look at the Procurement Act to make sure it's working well. But Madam Speaker, I think the leader of the opposition would agree with me here. A lot of times in the past, we haven't done things the way we should. And I think it's maybe about 2016 that we started working on this Procurement Act after the Caribbean Development Bank consultants started working on this for the Procurement Act. And you're not going to be able to, under this procurement legislation, just give away contracts like before, just award contracts to who you see fit. It's mainly competitive bidding. And some persons are having a difficult time adjusting to that. So what we have to do is work with our local contractors and help them to make the mark. Whatever workshops that we have to do to assist them, we have to bring them up to the level where they'll be able to win jobs through competitive bidding. And then there'll be programs, such as the rated programs and other programs to help persons in different types of ways. And that's what we really have to work on. As it pertains to Trellis Bay, the Welcome Center there, I mean, that was one there that successive administrations haven't solved. But despite that, Madam Speaker, we're going to get it solved. We're going to get it done. Madam Speaker, I'll just give an update on where it is right now. There was some money to be able to do something there. But considering what will soon be taking place in Beef Island, it was necessary to have a conversation with all stakeholders there, including the member for the 8th as a stakeholder and his family, 8th district as it pertains to doing something properly there. We're going to have something temporary there, but we're going to have a plan, a proposed plan for that area to make sure that we do something comprehensive and proper for what's going to be happening in the surrounding areas in Trellis Bay. So I certainly will be engaging the member for the 8th on that. But we're going to get something temporary done up there to shelter the persons for when it rains, etc. Madam Speaker, I'm probably close to my 20 minutes now. So I'm past 20 minutes? Oh, gee. So that's why you were looking at me like that. So, Madam Speaker, I apologize for that. But just to say, Madam Speaker, again, I want to say to the public, encapsulated this in his remarks, that what we need to do is come together. Communities need to come together. We'll soon be coming with the district councils. You're going to be hearing that very shortly. Communities need to come together. Businesses need to come together. Non-profit organizations need to come together. NGOs, we all need to, government agencies, statutory bodies, we all need to come together and empower ourselves to make our Virgin Islands the best that it can be, right? And if we all take that mentality, we can get through this difficult period that we all recognize we're in a difficult period. You know, we came through hurricanes, we came through pandemics, we have a COI, we have all types of different obstacles before us. But I don't want persons to get discouraged, because it is within our power to improve our situation. And certainly we have a great deal of potential, as members have said, to improve our own situation. And I'm just going to close out by saying a big congratulations to all our athletes who are performing so well. We had Kyron McMaster, who did us all proud by winning a gold medal in the Diamond League. He followed that with a bronze medal, and of course he had a silver medal in the World Championships. Very proud. Proud of the efforts of all the athletes, Deja, Hajj, everybody, the teams who have traveled to the different meets. We're very proud of all of you. We also had our BVI national football team won a game against the Turks and Caicos, did very well. And I'm sure I'm probably forgetting a number of other persons who've done things which are noteworthy and which make us proud. So on behalf of all of us, we really salute you, and we say keep up the good work. Madam Speaker, I thank you for that. Just to say I'm going to be traveling very soon, Madam Speaker, traveling this weekend. We're going to promote our shipping registry in Monaco, and then I'll be following that with going to United Nations 4th committee meeting. And of course, as we know, we regularly go and we update the C24 on our progress, and then after C24, the 4th committee ratifies the resolutions that we pass at the C24. But also members have mentioned self-determination, etc. like that. Just to say, I'm going to be engaging all members of the House, and certainly particular members of the opposition, as we chart a path forward as it pertains to this discussion about self-determination. And I think, of course, we're going to be engaging with the entire public on this topic of conversation. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Premier. At this time, I call on the clerk.
Item number 10, adjournment.
Thank you. I call upon the Premier.
Madam Speaker, I move a motion to adjourn the House sine die.
Thank you. Honorable members, a motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The House is adjourned, sine die.